Okay, this is the Baltimore City Council Budget and Appropriations Committee. We're here for fiscal year 2020 budget for Baltimore Police Department. I'm Councilman Eric Costello from the 11th District, Chair of the committee. Going to my left, Vice Chair of the committee, Councilman Leon Pinkett from the 7th District.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilman Ryan Dorsey, 3rd District. Councilman Chris Burnett, 8th District. Councilman Yitzi Schleifer, 5th District, member of the committee. And then to my right, Council Vice President Sharon Green Middleton, 6th District, member of the committee. Councilman Robert Stokes, 12th District. Councilwoman Shannon Sneed, 13th District, member of the committee. And Councilman Bill Henry, 4th District, member of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
To my immediate right is Marguerite Curran, staff to the committee. Representing Mayor Jack Young is Jeff Amoros.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We also have Rebecca Tab Simmons from the Office of Council President Brandon Scott. Council President will be joining us shortly. He's just wrapping up at a high school graduation. Michael Huber, Chief of Staff to the Council President, will be joining us as well. Before we begin, a couple ground rules. We are going to strictly adhere to the 2-question limit. If you have a question, please pass down a card to me for my colleagues, and we will get you in the order that those cards come down. Number 2, we are going to start off with a presentation from the Police Commissioner. I believe we've discussed somewhere in the 15-minute range, 20-minute range. After that presentation, we will get into questions. Per our discussion at the previous hearing with BCIT, I'm asking that the same criteria apply as to questions related to the recent cybersecurity incident. Colleagues, is everyone good with that? Any questions before we begin? Okay, Chief Harrison, please take it away.
Hold on. Good evening, everybody. I want to thank the Council President, certainly the Chair of this Budget Committee, and all the members of the City Council for the opportunity to come before you today to discuss the status of the Police Department and our budget for the upcoming year. I also want to thank the members of my team being here in support of all that we do, and I think they all make great sacrifices every day.
Chief, pardon me for interrupting. Can you please introduce the members of your team that are here?
Yes, I have my Chief of Patrol, Colonel Worley, my Chief of Detectives, Colonel Conaway. I also have Mr. Smalian, who's over my government affairs, Lieutenant Colonel Herzog, Lieutenant Colonel Jones, who work in the Chief of Patrol's office, Chief Odell, who works in forensics, my captain, who works in our police academy, my Chief of Staff, Mr. Eric Melanson, and I think my other Deputy Commissioner was here, Ms. Michelle Wurzberger, who also works in our governmental affairs, Deputy Commissioner, it's late. Come on in. I call him Harry Potter. Danny Murphy, Deputy Commissioner Danny Murphy of our new public compliance and consent decree, and also, Jim Gillis, who's also my Deputy Commissioner of Administration, who are joining me. And let me thank all of them from my staff and my team for being here also.
I want to recognize we have Ganesha Martin, who's our Director of our Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice,
who's an equal member of our team. Thank you for being here also.
And Ms. Martin, I don't know if you're going to be here for the duration of the hearing, but if we have a question for MOCJ, that's certainly fair game, colleagues. Take it away, Chief. Thank you.
So thank you again, Mr. Chair, and thank you all the council members for allowing us to be before you tonight. First, I'd like to say to you and to the residents watching at home how grateful I am to the warm reception and continuous support you've given to me personally and to my wife these past few months, having made the move across country to serve as your police commissioner. I took this job because I believe that I have the energy, the experience, the commitment, will, and capacity that's needed to bring reform to this police department. I'm absolutely committed to making the Baltimore Police Department into a 21st century world-class police department that all of Baltimore can be proud of. The success of this process relies on transparency and accountability. As you've likely heard by now, I made the decision yesterday to charge and order the arrest of one of our officers for assault, false imprisonment, and misconduct. I was notified of an incident involving one of our police sergeants who had arrested a man in the 2300 block of Ashton Street in the Southwest District. The sergeant was in the process of running a warrant check on one suspect when he claimed a second man verbally challenged him then became combative and aggressive. The body-worn camera video that I reviewed told a much different story. Showed the man speaking to the sergeant and calmly walking away, having offered his opinion that the sergeant should not have placed the suspect on the sidewalk where it was wet. At that point, the sergeant chased down the man, grabbed him. A few seconds later, another officer tackled him to the ground and placed handcuffs on him. Now, from what that video showed, the man did nothing to provoke the sergeant, whose actions were not just wrong, but disturbing and illegal. That type of activity will not be tolerated under my leadership at the Baltimore Police Department, and after reviewing that video, I took swift and decisive action. I wanted to start my presentation to you by making it clear that I intend to hold everyone within the Baltimore Police Department accountable while I'm here. I will continue to hold all BPD employees to the same high standard I know our great city and our citizens deserve. I think you'll agree with me that this is the only way to carry out our mission of being tough on crime while being soft on people. I want to be clear about the challenges we face. Based on my review of the department over the past few months, the magnitude of what is required of us to successfully achieve that reform is substantial. We must be clear and transparent about the challenges that our department faces. The first step toward recovery is first admitting that you have a problem. I'm here today to say to all of you that our department has significant problems and issues, but this is why I'm here. This is why I was recruited to be your police commissioner. We will move this department forward together, and we will rise to the challenges laid before us. And with the support of our mayor and this city council, we can and we will overcome the problems and transform the BPD into the premier law enforcement agency in our nation so that we can bring all the resources to bear in our fight to reduce crime in our city. The people of Baltimore deserve nothing less. We will transform this department from one that is inefficient into a model of efficiency and effectiveness. We will change the culture of our department into one that is the standard bearer of accountability and transparency. We will enhance our recruiting efforts to meet the national challenge of recruiting quality officers into our beloved police department. We will rebuild trust and create a new successful partnership with residents and business leaders alike. We can do this, and we will do this with the help of all of you, every elected official representing Baltimore City, and with the assistance of all the residents we serve. These changes will not happen overnight. To achieve them, we will have to focus on some important tasks. Number one, we must implement effective crime reduction strategies for both short-term and long-term that incorporate best practices, leverages partnerships with other law enforcement agencies, and ensures that we are continuing to deploy our resources in the most effective and efficient way possible. We must create new systems of accountability and transparency where none currently exists. This includes proper management of performance, appropriate allocation of overtime resources, and the sharing of open data that's needed to improve our relationship with the public. We will complete a comprehensive and independent staffing plan that is already underway that will do a deep dive into our department to determine the appropriate staffing levels and proper allocation of sworn officer resources throughout the department. We must have a command staff and organizational structure that is right-sized and more accountable. Command selections will be made that reward hard work, commitment, skills, knowledgeability, and merit instead of patronage. With the new changes in our department, we will need to completely revamp all line items in our budget so that it will more accurately reflect our new organizational structure and strategy. Tonight, my goal is to have an honest conversation about how we can all work together to accomplish these tasks. Comprehensive crime reduction strategy effort. First, I want to talk about our efforts to prevent, deter, and reduce crime in our city. My executive team and I are currently working on a comprehensive strategy to reduce crime while also establishing the necessary foundation to transform how our police department operates. While many may view reform as a separate from the crime fight, that could not further be from the truth. We cannot fight crime in our city if our police department is broken and in need of reform. Everything that we will discuss this evening will contribute to the reductions in crime in our city. You can't separate our comprehensive efforts to fully reform the department from the overall crime fighting strategy. When the BPD is functioning efficiently and effectively, we will be able to spend more time on community and proactive policing and respond to emergencies faster. When our residents have restored faith in us, they will be more willing to share information that will help us to prevent and solve crimes. When our officers are trained in a professional manner and given the resources they need, they will feel confident and competent to engage the community in a positive and proactive way. And when we have reliable data that has been collected using state-of-the-art technology, we will be able to better direct BPD's efforts in reducing, preventing, and solving crimes in our city. Our long-term operational strategy will expand crime analytics and intelligence-led enforcement efforts, while investing in burden reduction initiatives and process improvements to improve working conditions for our officers. We have already convened a number of officer working groups to gain direct input from the rank and file on how we can reduce administrative burdens and free up their work days so that they can focus more of their time on proactive and community policing efforts. That all being said, there are a number of important actions that we can take today in the short term to reduce crime. We are already moving and will continue to move more patrol and proactive resources into high crime areas to ensure greater visibility, more proactive policing where it is needed, and quicker response times. I will be assessing and reassessing our deployment strategies across every district each week and even each day to determine what is working, what is not working, and how those resources need to be adjusted so that we can effect reductions in violent crime. We're partnering with other law enforcement agencies in the area to maximize the BPD's ability to cover our recreational centers and swimming pools to ensure that our youth have safe places to go this summer. We're maintaining a reserve of patrol officers to deploy in the downtown area to ensure our visitors to the city and all of our residents remain safe. We're in constant coordination with our state and federal law enforcement partners using intelligent-led efforts to take the most violent offenders off of the street, to put a stop to open-air drug markets, and to disrupt the more sophisticated drug-related operations that fuel the violence in our city. We're in the midst of initiating all of these strategies, and I look forward to discussing the impact that they will have further with you in the upcoming months. Number two, accountability and transparency. The second item I want to discuss, which I mentioned earlier, is that we must change the culture of our department so we are embracing accountability and transparency at all levels. This is absolutely key to reestablishing trust with our residents we serve, and since I have arrived, we've already begun building these new systems of accountability. We have created a policy for how we will share body camera footage of all critical incidents with the public and activated this new policy on yesterday with the incident we discussed earlier. We're in the midst of completely reimagining how we prepare and conduct proper training of our officers with professional instruction techniques that use adult learning models. I have already begun the process to identify and hire a civilian PhD academy director that specializes in adult education to professionalize and modernize our academy instruction and curriculum. We have also invited residents to participate in this process through our Community Training Review Committee, which has representation from every police district in our city. They recently had their first meeting where they were able to preview our new use of force training, which will be commencing for all members in the department in the upcoming months. As part of the reorganization of the department, we are establishing a strong, well-organized public integrity bureau where all claims of misconduct will be fully investigated in an objective and timely manner. This is vital to restoring faith in our department, and coming from a background working in internal affairs through much of my own career, it's a priority for me. BPD has created a mechanism for including 2 civilians on every administrative hearing board. These civilians will be fully vested voting members who will have a voice in deciding the appropriate discipline of officers sustained of misconduct. Other areas where we are implementing new accountability systems include the creation of a weekly recruit stat meeting, where we evaluate the performance of background investigators so we can eliminate unnecessary bottlenecks in the process to ensure the applicants are being processed at an appropriate pace without sacrificing the integrity or the completeness of the investigations. We are also committed to being more open and transparent in the release of our data to the public. It is important for our residents and their elected representatives to understand not just where crime is happening, but where we are policing, what we're doing in those areas, and the final outcome of our efforts. Ultimately, we will build an open portal that provides comprehensive analytics to the general public on a consistent basis. One of the major challenges that I've seen is that our technology and data management practices are not ready to put this into place today. We're moving forward on a technology plan developed by a third-party expert that has been submitted to the court, which provides a clear roadmap on what type of technology we need to implement. We are currently reviewing applicants who have applied to become the Chief Technology Officer for the BPD, who will take the lead on all of the items in the technology plan that move us forward. After those projects have been completed, we will be able to provide accurate, real-time data to you and to your constituents. I've heard from many of you that over the years, the council has been frustrated because they've made data requests that were unanswered or resulted in incomplete or inaccurate responses. Totally unacceptable. Once we have new technology implemented, we will be able to much more quickly satisfy your requests for information because the data will be widely available for all of you to review online. Number 3, organizational restructuring. The very first thing I did when I came to Baltimore in February was to study the BPZ's organizational chart and meet with all the command staff at the rank of major and above within the department to get a sense of people's strengths, their capacity, and their will to champion our new vision for the BPD. Based on my assessment, there were simply too many command staff positions, and many lacked the appropriate span of control or areas of responsibility to accurately reflect their rank of responsibility. To eliminate duplication of effort and to streamline the structure, we've reorganized the department into 4 bureaus. Number 1, operations; 2, compliance; 3, administration; and 4, the Public Integrity Bureau. As you know, I'm currently in the process of finalizing my leadership team. Once fully in place, we will conduct the next phase of assessments of the command staff to ensure that every unit and every member of the department is placed in the appropriate positions where they can best contribute to the new vision of the BPD. Moving forward, we will have a transparent, competitive selection process for command staff, where positions will be posted and members of the department who are eligible for the position will be encouraged to apply. This will ensure that the most capable individuals who are willing to step up and lead the department forward will be able to do so while creating a clear path for those key promotional opportunities. We're already using this new process to assist in the selection for the major position in charge of the training academy and the major position who will lead our recruitment division. I firmly believe that creating an open and competitive process that will be using scoring criteria for recommending a selection is the only way to generate buy-in from our officers in the promotional process, and this method will make sure we're selecting candidates based on their abilities and not because of patronage or who they know. Number 4, staffing plan. The next significant task that we must complete is a comprehensive staffing plan for our department. This work will be completed by an impartial expert in the field of law enforcement staffing that were chosen with the assistance of the Department of Justice and our Police Department Consent Decree monitoring team. This analysis will provide a critical foundation for continuing to restructure our department. It's a common sense project we would undertake even if we weren't in a consent decree. A comprehensive staffing plan will leverage best practices to determine the correct sworn officer staffing targets with 5 considerations in mind: the appropriate deployment of patrol resources to meet an achievable response time goal for emergency calls for service in a city our size. And by the way, we've never had a response time goal in this city. Number 2, our need to provide officers with sufficient time for effective community problem-oriented policing. Number 3, the proper staffing levels for specialized units throughout the department, such as overseeing training and handling misconduct investigations. Number 4, the best use of technology and process changes to reduce the workload on patrol officers. And lastly, the best use of civilian resources that can be hired to offset the overall need for sworn officers. It is vital for BPD to continue its efforts to implement a comprehensive civilianization and professionalization strategy that is in line with national best practices. I want to thank this council for supporting the first round of our request to civilianize and professionalize the BPD. As you know, this will be a multi-year effort that will strengthen the department in a number of ways. We will be able to hire civilian professionals with unique talents and skills that will transform how we handle key tasks such as crime analysts, training, recruitment, and perhaps technology implementation. Like you, I want to ensure that we are making the best use of our resources provided to us. That means, as much as possible, having sworn members in those assignments where only law enforcement officers should do the work. This will allow us to free up sworn members currently performing administrative functions so that we can place them back in patrol districts. Many of these efforts already began before I arrived. In the future, we want to make sure that the staffing plan guides our efforts in implementing future phases of the civilianization and professionalization of the BPD. We must be able to build our internal capacity of civilian support to ensure that our sworn resources are dedicated to the crime fight. However, we cannot approach this effort with the expectation that swapping out sworn positions for civilian ones will automatically lead to more positions being filled in patrol on a one-to-one basis. Based on the review conducted by my executive team, at least 15 of the 62 sworn positions that were identified for civilianization under the one-for-one concept are already vacant. Going forward, those vacancies will be filled with civilians so that sworn resources may not be used for these positions, but rather we want to be clear that the expectation that the one-for-one swap will not always be able to yield new officers for patrol in these specific cases. Number 5, realistic budgeting. The final issue I want to bring before you, this council, is the current format of our budget itself. Because our department lacked permanent leadership for more than a year, there were multiple versions of the organizational structure that went into creation of this budget before you today. As you know, I completely restructured our department in April, so our budget books before you may not fully reflect how the department is currently organized. That is no one's fault. It's simply an acknowledgement that the budget has not yet caught up with these changes in our organizational structure. My staff is here today and will be able to answer any questions about the presentation that was submitted to you previously, and my chief of staff will be able to outline the impact of these changes in a summary presentation once I've concluded my opening remarks. Moving forward, my executive team and I plan to work closely with BBMR to reestablish our budget so that it reflects service areas that are more appropriate and will allow us to provide the City Council with a better expectation of where our resources should be assigned and whether BPD is managing within its new structure effectively. We're currently reviewing applicants who have applied to become our Chief Financial Officer for the BPD, who will be charged with helping streamline our financial process and creating systems of financial accountability in this area. With that being said, I want to talk about overtime for a moment. I firmly believe that overtime usage is one of the areas where we must establish accountability and transparency. A few weeks ago, I issued a general order limiting the number of overtime hours that members of our department can earn on a weekly basis. In a department that faces significant staffing shortages, there will continue to be a need for overtime resources, which are used to flex the effective size of the department to meet the operational needs of the city. We are also creating new business systems and plan to employ state-of-the-art technology that will allow us to track where all of our members are assigned, where they are working overtime, and what they have accomplished during their overtime shift. This system will also give us who certified and approved of the overtime hours. That will be a game changer for this department in terms of ensuring that there's greater transparency so that we can eliminate abuse and careless spending of overtime resources. In closing, again, I want to say thank you to all of you for the opportunity to speak about our efforts going forward. I'm committed to working with you, with our mayor, with our residents to reduce crime in our city, to implement reforms in our department, and for the BPD to win back the trust of the people of Baltimore. My goal is to ensure that we strengthen relationships that exist, that we build relationships where there are none, and to fix relationships where broken ones in the past. My visions for the department can be summarized in the following way: crime, community, culture, capacity, connectivity, compliance, communication. We need all of those to achieve the goal of making the BPD a world-class police department in the 21st century. Thank you for your attention. Now my Chief of Staff, Eric Melanson, will provide a short presentation on the budget structure issues before your questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Eric, you got okay. Oh, and we've been joined by Councilwoman Mary Pat Clark from the 14th District. We've also been joined by Delegate Luke Klippinger from the 46th District, who's chair of our House Judiciary Committee. Thank you, Delegate. And we've been joined by Councilman Zeke Cohen from the 1st District. And we've been joined by Council President Brandon Scott. I promise that's the last one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, my name is Eric Melanson. I'm the Chief of Staff to the Police Commissioner. Again, I want to thank the opportunity for being here today. One of the things we're doing right now is doing a comprehensive review of all the administrative sides of the department. My area of expertise kind of falls within this category as well. When we're looking at the budget, it's important, as the Commissioner had mentioned in his opening remarks, that we are looking at the future of the department as much as we're looking at the document in front of you today. We're here to answer whatever questions we may be able to have, you may be having about this document. But I wanted to put up on the screen here, and there should be a distribution of the screen in front of you as well, what the new organizational structure is looking like versus what our historically the current budget service areas are and have been in past budget cycles. For us, we want to make certain that the service areas more accurately reflect the areas of emphasis that are important to demonstrate what is a priority for the police commissioner and his vision for restructuring the department. So again, on the left side, you see all the current service budget areas that are in the budget document that was submitted to you in the ones that we worked very hard with BBMR. Back in 2018, July, we did a staffing audit that helped us realign and better and more accurately reflect where the personnel resources were in the department. Unfortunately, even today, the systems that we are reviewing within our own department are not fully correct for us to be able to accurately demonstrate where our personnel resources are. So we are undergoing that staffing plan. We are undergoing that whole process. We're committed to working with BBMR, Bob and his team. He's going to get a lot more gray hair after this whole thing is over with. But it's important for us to be able to fully align the new organizational structure, the result of that staffing plan that we expect to be completed before the end of this year. And all of those changes are going to be happening mid-year. And so what I wanted to do today is just kind of show this information to you, demonstrate it to the council. Again, we're going to be able to answer the questions that you have before you, but please keep in mind that there are several things in the budget that are going to be in flux over this fiscal year. Now, we are committed to staying within the overall budget cap that we have, and we're also committed to coming back to this council in mid-year once those staffing plan changes have been implemented to demonstrate that impact to the budget process. So we look forward to being able to do that. We're going to go line by line, code by code, to make sure everything is more accurately reflective of what it should be in the department, given the police commissioner's vision for how it should be organized. Again, I want to thank the council for their attention, and again, if there's any questions, we'll be able to answer them about this presentation or about the presentation that was submitted to you previously. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. President?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and apologize for my tardiness. I was giving out diplomas at Digital Harbor High School this evening. Mr. Commissioner, thank you for being here. Thank you for your hard work and your dedication, and thank you for coming to the city of Baltimore.
Thank you, sir.
I'm going to start off by talking about equity, and I just want to, for my colleagues, to remind them that the police department does not have to legally follow equity policy, as we cannot legislate on them. But, Mr. Commissioner, last year this council passed my equity assessment legislation, and I'd like to ask you a few questions to see if these are things that you would like to implement within the police department itself. Each of the agencies in the city are required to have a equity coordinator in the department. You, by law, are not required to have it as your state agency. But is this something that you're willing to implement for the police department?
I'm more than sure that I am, but I'd like you to explain what the
overall
coordinator
overarching
would
thing.
actually do.
So basically, Baltimore has a dark history that we don't like to talk about, and that Baltimore is a very inequitable city. Most notable, that's around race, but it's also around income. It's also around gender and sexual orientation as well. Last year, this council passed a law that stated that a few things. Most importantly, that beginning with not this fiscal year, but the next fiscal year, every agency's policies, practices, operational, both capital and operational budget, everything that they do has to be done through a lens of equity from henceforth on out. That way we know that our budget will start to reflect benefiting all of Baltimore versus some of Baltimore, which it has done for at least the 35 years that I've been alive. But in the first year of that implementation, the agencies are required to, one, each agency is required to identify an equity coordinator, meaning someone who will coordinate the agency's work around equity. That coordinator has to be someone that directly reports to the agency head. In that case, that will be you. They're also required in that first year to schedule trainings for the entire agency around equity and inclusion. And the third and last, but also the most important thing, is that the departments are required to conduct a baseline analysis of the equity impacts of the agency's existing and proposed actions. So for you, again, you don't have to do that. Don't feel bad. You're not having one. You're right at the same state as most of the agencies, and we'll be dealing with them. But I wanted to give you the opportunity, even though you don't have to talk about that.
Thank you for explaining that, and that is something that I am familiar with. That is something that I do embrace, and that I think we do embrace. I think by virtue of our consent decree, we have an equity policy. It is the consent decree. And we're going far and above the requirements of the consent decree. And when it comes to equity, for example, what I mentioned just a few minutes ago in our hiring and selection process, a fair and open competitive process with a scoring matrix that allows people to compete for positions to be selected based on their knowledge, skill, ability, and merit, and not because of patronage or who they may know. And I am removed from that process. And that is a blind process with recommendations made to me about selection so it's fair and impartial. So that's part of the equity we're building into our recruitment, hiring, training, selection, and promotion process already within the department. But I'm certainly aware of that concept and embrace it.
Yes, sir. And you and I can have further conversations about that. My second question for the first round, Mr. Chair, Mr. Commissioner. Last year, Director Sinema, when I asked him, last year we had a discussion about 100 new positions that were being granted to the police department for what was told by the then mayor's office as patrol officers in order to better serve the city of Baltimore. When asked if those positions will be filled, the answer was no. When asked, furthermore, would those positions then be used to fund overtime, the answer was yes. My response, of course, was then, well, if they're going to be used for overtime, why don't we put them in the budget as overtime and not lie to, one, this body as a council, but also, and more importantly, to the citizens of Baltimore, giving them a falsehood that we were going to go out and hire 100 new police officers when there were already 200 vacancies that we couldn't hire for. I asked this question, Mr. Commissioner, because as you know, reducing violent crime in Baltimore is the most important thing to me. But also having an efficient and effective police department is also important. And everything that I say during this budget process about dollars and finding more dollars and understanding why we need to be efficient with more dollars is because we know that we're going to have to put in more for our public education system. We know that the Kerwin Commission funding formula is coming, and all agencies, including the police department, is going to have to brace to give up some money. So with that, knowing that, Mr. Commissioner, can you talk about, one, if those 100 positions are still in the police department's budget, and two, how you will proceed under your term in leadership as far as asking for positions and more money. My understanding is that I don't believe that you would ask for 100 positions for one thing and use the money for the next. But can you talk about those particular positions and what you want to do with them, or will they go back and out of the budget? How will you move forward with those?
Thank you for that. I know that we have 200 plus vacancies in the department, and while I might not be totally familiar with the ask before I got here for 100 extra positions on top of vacancies, we do use the funding that are for positions that are vacant to flex the department to make it feel and look and operate as if we have the appropriate number of people. However, I've been challenged with this before, taking away overtime because it's being used to fill vacant positions and then reallocating the money creates a smaller department. We actually need to fill the positions, but we need the overtime because there will always be a need for overtime. Now, I can come back to you with a more specific answer about the 100 positions. We are working to fill the 200 positions, which speaks to our recruiting initiative, which is going fairly well. We are actually anticipating starting a class on Monday with, I believe, 37 recruits. That will start this Monday. The attrition rate for the department has been steady, and while it sometimes is believed we're losing more people, that's not actually accurate. It has been steady for a long time, but we're actually hiring more people. And so right now we have the capacity, because we have online testing and national testing. People can go anywhere in the country and take the test to become a member of the Baltimore Police Department. That initiative has exponentially increased the number of applicants, and we're moving exponentially faster than we used to with recruiting. So we're now starting a class of 37 on Monday. So we're growing the department back. With regards to asking for a number of positions, I will say that it's about the staffing analysis that's underway right now to determine the appropriate size of sworn members in partnership with the civilianization and professionalization, and then always reassessing that status so we can know how many people we have, where they are, what they're doing, and making sure they're in the appropriate places. That assessment is still going on, and we're still finding people that we're moving back to patrol and to other key significant job tasks. So I don't know that I will come back and ask for more positions, but right now we want to make sure we're effective and efficient with the positions that we have, that we civilianize, we professionalize, and then with the onset of the new technology, which we think in new smart initiatives that will be burden reduction initiatives, that will free up time, that will free up resources, and then we can recalibrate the time spent by officers. We can then recalibrate the appropriate number of officers that we need. So rather than asking for more, we can talk about what we need, what we have versus what we need, how it's working now with limited or no technology, and to how it will work when we have the technology, and then recalibrate and come and then arrive at a better answer.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Commissioner. That is the exact answer that I was expecting to hear, and I'm very, very hopeful, because what I appreciate about you versus everyone that has come before you, and we hear this rhetoric consistently from police officers, elected officials, community members, this refrain that we have to have 3,000 cops. And I often tell people the police department doesn't know how many police officers they need, because we haven't done an assessment. And you don't know what you need until you know what you have and how you're using it. And I look forward to seeing that assessment, because I think that with the things that we're going to be asked to do as a city, with the funds that the city has, we have to know exactly how much the police department actually needs to do its job. We have to know where the officers are. We have to civilianize. Chairman Costello and myself have been screaming at the wall for, I guess he's been here 5 years now, about civilianization, and we are very, very proud to see that finally moving into action. But just know that that is a very critical thing for the future of this city, because we can no longer continue to just throw all the money at the police department. We have to be more efficient so that we can give money to our young people for their education in Baltimore. Mr. Chair, I'm done for this round.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Commissioner, as I'm sure your government relations team is aware, during the General Assembly session this year, House Bill 100 restricts $11.136 million in GOCAP funds, an additional $3 million in disparity grant funds, contingent upon a comprehensive annual crime strategy that's submitted in partnership between the Mayor's Office, the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice, BPD, and the State's Attorney's Office. And in addition, requires quarterly briefings to the General Assembly starting on October 15th. Can you talk about what the status of meeting that requirement is, and if you plan to meet that requirement by August 1st?
Well, we are certainly preparing a comprehensive departmental improvement plan and crime fighting strategy for the Baltimore Police Department, and we are in touch with the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice and the State's Attorney's Office. We do not believe that any funding should be held up from the police department based on other entities. However, we are certainly underway with that. That will be ready for the city's preview in the very near future.
Okay, so the answer is that's gonna get done by August 1st.
Yes.
Excellent.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. Commissioner, I understand what you're saying and understand that it's sometimes difficult to collaborate, but this council actually in 2017 started requesting a comprehensive strategy. And we believe, I know that Director Martin is ready, willing, and able to discuss that, but I don't agree with Governor Hogan on much, but I agree with him on the fact that we should be restricting until we have a comprehensive crime plan, because no longer, really, this is about no longer having that responsibility simply be yours. We have a lot of agencies in Baltimore, we have a lot of organizations, and we all have to work together. And if he have to hold up some money in order for to make that happen, then that's what has to happen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Commissioner, also in House Bill 100, there were cuts to the governor's budget, and among those, there were funds fenced off, specifically $7 million for consent decree technology implementation. We know how important those funds are to you and all the things that you're trying to do. Every conversation you and I have had, that has come up. Can you talk about what you and your government relations team specifically are doing to urge the governor to release that funding?
Yeah.
Good evening, Council President, Mr. Chair. We just started meetings. Actually, we had our first one yesterday to ensure, number one, that we are on track for that August 1st date. But then additionally, we talked about the technology. I've been in communication with the GOCCP, talked to Glenn Fuston. It's been the indication that there is not any intentions to keep that money. But we are going to discuss internally a strategy at which level. I don't think we need to go at the highest level at this moment, but we have started those conversations around strategy to make sure that not only when that money is released, that we'll be able to spend it down in the way that we need to in the fiscal year.
Thank you, and I trust the competence of your government relations team. You have extremely qualified and intelligent folks working for you, between Andy and Michelle, as well as some of the government relations folks that work for Mayor Young. But I cannot stress enough the importance of getting that money released so that you can do the things that you need to do. So I hope that that is a top priority that you will push forward until we get that money.
It's a top priority that every member of our team and every member of our team with the mayor's office is working on every day.
Okay. No, I would urge you to continue to do that and escalate as quickly as you need to do that, because we need that money ASAP.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Pinkett?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Commissioner Harrison, for especially for your quick actions as it relates to the what appeared to be a legal activity of the sergeant. And I think that the manner that you handled it not only sends a signal to the officers that are in the police department, but it sends a clear signal to the community that we have a department that's being transformed into one that the community should be able to put their confidence and trust in. So thank you for your leadership in that.
Thank you, sir.
My first question is related to Service 623, crime investigation. The measures related to percent of homicide cases cleared, but really looking at percentage of violent crime cases cleared. And going back to fiscal 2016, the actuals were 20%, 2017 was 20%, and then in 2018, it rose to 32%, although the target is 40%. Can you speak to your efforts to increase our percentage of cases being cleared, both violent crime cases as well as the homicide cases? Because I guess, as you would imagine, that's the critical piece.
It's critical. It's critical. I'm joined by Colonel Conaway, who is our chief of detectives. But since my arrival, we have really been focused on making sure that we have the appropriate, number one, staffing levels in all of our investigative units. So that's also a part of the staffing analysis. It's not just for patrol, but it is for our investigative units as well. So to make sure that we're following national best practice regarding detective case ratio per detective. For example, in homicide, the national best practice in an ideal scenario is 3 per detective per year. An acceptable number is 6. We are at that or slightly above 6. And so for homicides, we're kind of there, but it has to do with sexual assault investigations, homicide investigations, shooting, robbery. And so we're working to make sure we have the appropriate number of detectives so that they have the appropriate caseload ratio so that they're not overworked and they can have ample time and resources to do that. But there also comes a component of competency. Do we have the right people who have the correct skill set, and what level of training do we give them? So we're working through all of that now, and so we've talked about that, and that's part of our staff meeting conversation every week. How many detectives do we have? Are they overworked? Are the caseload ratios going too high? Do we need to add more? Factoring in that we're promoting people, that people are retiring, that people are transferring, that people get injured or sick, and it's always a moving number, but it is something that we're working on. As a matter of fact, there was a study done of our homicide unit long before I got here that talked about that, but that's an assessment that we work on all the time. We even talk about that within our consent decree meetings.
Yeah, and if there's more to be added, because I was looking at New Orleans, it seemed like there was rarely a time that you all dipped below 41% as it relates to clearance for, I think, crimes against person. And so hopefully we will get similar or better results here in Baltimore.
Yes, and that's always a goal, to be at the highest clearance rate possible. That's a concern for us, and it is a problem, but it is tied to the lack of public trust. In those persons' crimes, many times in the absence of physical evidence, it will require eyewitness account of what happened. In many cases, since there's a high level of distrust, there are very few willing witnesses that actually help us. There are some, and we clear some through eyewitness account, and that's very good. We are working to enhance that, to improve our reputation, so that we're accountable, we're transparent, and that we can be trustworthy. And then when we tell people we can do something about their problem, we can actually do it. And when people have a fear of their lack of safety, they have a fear that we don't handle it appropriately. And it's a combination of it all. We're working to improve all of that. But that's a combination between our efforts, our state's attorney, our courts, to make sure all of us are working together to change that dynamic where people do feel comfortable bringing information to us, because we can keep them safe and we can actually do something about the problem by solving the crime. But that's the core of our challenge, both in New Orleans and here.
Okay, thank you, sir. My second question is related to Service 624, Target Violent Criminals. I guess two categories related to number of gun arrests and number of guns seized. And I don't know if the actual for fiscal 2018 is an error or if it's just a coincidence, where it says in 2018 there were 229 gun arrests and 229 guns seized. But that's and I recognize the issues that we had with the Gun Trace Task Force, but in 2017 it looked like there were almost 1,300 gun arrests and almost 2,000 the number of guns seized. Why such a drop, and then what do we intend to do in order to get more of these guns off the street?
That's always a concern of ours. We're working on making sure our officers are engaged, both in enforcement capacity and in community engagement, which is a community policing initiative. I don't know that I can account for why there's such a big drop, but that's always a concern. I don't know that all of the data is always accurate. I don't have the answer for the accuracy of that at this moment.
Yeah. Council President Scott reminded me that just I guess a few months ago, we were told that the number of guns seized was close to 800 or 900, and so I don't know what's going on with this data, where it would say, you know. And this has to be wrong. There's no way in the city of Baltimore.
That's got to be a clerical error.
There's no way that we only see 229 guns.
No, that's absolutely false. So year to date, we're at
Can you use the mic, Colonel? Thank you.
Right behind you, Colonel.
So that's absolutely wrong. Actually, year to date, gun arrests are 463.
That's for calendar 19.
Yes. Versus 2018, 529. So right now we're down 12%.
So it's 529 for 2018 and
163. Now that is gun arrests. not gun
And
recovered. 'cause
Colonel,
that's
just to
too low.
clarify, the 529 for 18 is through,
It's year to
Today
date,
is
January
June
1st.
Year to date.
okay.
Okay.
Yes.
So it was around approximately, I'm
It's
guessing
actually
11
June 1st, up to June 1st.
So what was the total for 18, around 1,100?
I do not have the total number for gun arrests, but I believe it was around 1,400.
1,400,
Don't quote me to that. But 2019, we're at 463. We're down 12%.
Yeah, that's not the
That's just on arrests.
That's not the kind of typo you want in the budget book.
We agree.
Just to clarify, these measures are submitted in the fall by the agency, so it was probably a typo when they submitted their budget
Okay.
proposal. We'll look at them.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. We're going to go to Councilman Schleifer next. Councilman Schleifer is going to be leaving early to observe the Sabbath tonight, so we're going to give him a waiver on the two-question rule and ask him to keep it at 4. And he's already assured me that all 4 of his questions will be brief and succinct and to the point.
All my questions are one continuous question, so I really only need one. But I did want to ask about something completely different, but since Councilman Pinkett started talking about what my second question was going to be, I do want to dive a little deeper into it. And I've asked the same question of multiple agencies when I've seen a steep increase in any part of their budget. And on Service 623, there's an increase from 2019 to 2020 of over $18 million on that one service. And so maybe the budget office can explain to us why there's such a steep increase on that one service. And it seems like it's personnel related based on the notes that are
It
in the
is.
budget
Yeah,
book.
so across the board, across police, what we did was we tried to move positions where they actually are based on a staffing audit that was done last summer. So what that ended up doing was it actually moved a lot of people that were budgeted in patrol into other services where they were actually working. Now, that doesn't necessarily reflect where they will be in the new org structure, but that's where they're assigned as of last summer.
So just so I understand, that in that service, you're saying these people are already there, so that money's already being spent.
Yes,
in
as
that.
of
Okay.
last summer.
So it's a big, this budget, we always use what we call outcome budgeting. So it's really important that we're getting, we're doing a cost benefit on anything in the budget across any agency, and that the citizens of Baltimore deserve to get their money's worth. And unfortunately, I think we all agree that we don't feel like we've gotten our money's worth from the department over the years because crimes increase, but we're continuously spending the same money year over year. And so something that's obviously the most important is preserving human life. So if we can talk about that service and about the clearance rate for homicides, where we are on that.
So the clearance rates for homicide is at 42.2% versus 60.5%.
And is that year to date or cumulative?
That is cumulative.
And what's the year to date number?
I want to say it's 29%. Give me 2 seconds.
Now, Councilman, when I got here, I asked the Colonel to separate clearance rates so we can report out in 2 ways. Traditionally, we would just report out the clearance rate year to date. But I immediately had them to start reporting in 2 ways so we can get an accurate view. So when people are injured in this year and die in this year, and the cases are solved in this year, that's one clearance rate. But when people are injured in the previous year and survive, but later die in this year, and we solve it this year, that's a clearance rate for a clearance, but it's actually a crime that was committed in the previous year. So we're reporting it out for transparency in 2 ways.
Right. So what is the actual year to date?
It's loading, Councilman. I can give it to you in 2 seconds. Also, I want to add, too, that exceptional clearances was a common practice, and I'm putting a little bit more accountability to exceptional clearances. For instance, so far this year, I've cleared 6 through exceptional, and exceptional clearances can be multiple offenses where you take your best cases to court, but we close multiple cases. Also, it can be a person serving a life sentence, but we found out that he was a suspect in a crime, but he's already serving a life sentence, so we wouldn't count that either. and then 3, a person that is no longer living. So a body for a body, for instance.
Right, I understand. I mean, we certainly know how numbers can work in many different ways. We're all elected officials, so we get that. That's why I'm really trying to dive in to get the actual raw numbers on that, just to see what money we're getting for that. So what is the clearance rate for this year to date?
Cumulative 40, but I'm trying to load now. It's not loading, but I'll give that to you.
Okay, because I mean, I looked it up on the open data, and so assuming that information is correct, I think it was about 25%. Does that sound about right?
That's about right.
So when I look at that and I see that we're spending $53.5 million on crime investigation, and 130 people lost their lives this year, what that tells me is that we've only made 30 arrests involving homicides this year. And so that, I certainly don't feel like we're getting our money's worth in that, on that metric. And so what I've also seen is that, these numbers have dropped. So in fiscal year 17, it was 55%, and we've only been going downhill from there. And so being that we've put a lot of money towards this problem and it hasn't been turning around, what can we do to increase these clearance rates, especially when it comes to homicides and non-fatal shootings, which in my mind is just as much as a homicide, because it's just a matter of where the bullet hits.
Yeah, so I'm going to echo the police commissioner in this. We certainly need community help. When we have, so for instance, this month we've had 26 homicides. 3 are closed, 3 we have arrests on, but we have 5 persons of interest. So what that tells me is we're having issues with people becoming comfortable enough to come forward. And certainly, I'm certainly not blaming that totally on the community, because this is a team effort, but this is one of the things that we need to focus on.
Right, I'm just saying metric-wise, I have trouble seeing that, only because I would say that the lowest level of community participation and trust in the police department is probably in the area of 2017, yet our numbers were a lot better in 2017 than they are now. So I think the community has been doing their part. What I'm not seeing is that the actual investigations are obviously clearing out, because the numbers are going in the opposite direction. So that's where my concern is. And I just want to ask one last question on that, then I'll get to my second question.
Can I touch on that?
Sure.
Just for a minute? So it's a lack of information that we're getting, because there's a lack of trust in the police department that we're working to correct every day. But there's also what we talked about earlier. There is also an issue of caseload per detective, the availability of detectives, and the workload, and that has a part to do with it too. But we're working to make the appropriate staffing assessments, and we're underway with the staffing consultant to help us do that for patrol, but also for detectives. We want to make sure we have the appropriate caseload, that they have the appropriate thing, but it is also the increase of gun violence by a number of individuals who either don't fear any consequences, or the consequences are not real enough for them, because they are actually making that decision to commit that violent crime. So when they make that decision to commit that violent crime, and then there's a lack of physical evidence, and then there's a lack of community input by way of witness identification, that puts us in a precarious position. And I certainly join you in the concern that the citizens are not getting the bang for their buck. But there are a number of issues that have to be fixed structurally, with technology, with human capacity, with human skill, and with better management. All of that is being corrected as we speak over time.
Right. And I hear that, and I appreciate the work you're doing. You know that I do. I just see that in other metrics, and I'm a numbers guy, that in previous years when we've allocated more money, let's say, to the crime lab, we've directly seen a correlation between an increase of output. And so I just looked at any time there's an increase in spending to that large, $18 million. I mean, that means the crime investigation budget, that one department is bigger than the state's attorney's budget by over $10 million. And so when I see that kind of money being spent, I want to see that money is actually going towards solving a problem, and that hasn't happened before, and I'm hoping that for next year it will. My second question is about the first time you and I met. I presented to you the data from the survey that I put out to all the officers, and it outlined a lot of challenges, which you're well aware of today. One of the key things that we found is that morale was through the floor, and officers just weren't understanding what was going on within the department. There's no communication. Just morale was just horrible. And we all know if your employees aren't being treated properly and not being, they're not understanding where their leadership is or what's going on, it's hard for them to do their job. So what have you done since we met that first time to help improve morale?
Great question. It's about, first of all, communicating a clear vision and mission to the members of the department in a real way that everybody can understand it and digest it, and doing that on a regular basis. Making sure that that there's fairness and equity, as we talked about, with the president talked about, in the selection, hiring, and promotional process, where people really see that there's a career path and they can see that career path for themselves. Number three, making sure that we have the resources we need, and that I am, and we all of us are advocating to get the resources for the officers to be successful, and that we can actually deliver on that instead of me just telling them that it's on the way. Number four, treating them fairly, making sure that we're treating them with dignity and respect, because they're going out there putting their lives on the line, doing a great job every day. And we see the great work, and what we don't want to ever happen is the bad deeds of one person or two people overshadow all the great work that's being done every single day. So by making sure the members of our department feel like they're a part of this team, and that we give them hope, and that we do talk about morale, and that we recognize it, and let them know that we recognize it, and we're doing everything to improve it, by having clear messaging, by having fairness and equity, by working to improve the working conditions, by making sure they have a voice in how we do things in this department. That's why we're having focus groups to hear from the rank and file on their own burdens, so we can work to reduce those burdens. And then those recommendations will come to my office about their suggestions out of those working groups for me to implement. It's all about reducing those burdens, and then that guides my decision on what we need, and our team on what we need for technology and what we should deliver to them, comes out of the very working groups that we allow them to assemble to tell us. And I think all of that working together and having support of this administration, and certainly the city administration, to acknowledge the great work that they're doing, speaks to building morale. But it takes a while, and then you have one person do something that really sets us back, that we have to take a strong action on, and then it takes a lot to recover. And so, while it frustrates all of us to see the bad deed, it frustrates the great men and women of the police department to see it as well. And so we have to always work to overcome. But it's steadfast, steady, constant leadership, constantly communicating the vision of the department, making sure that we're building a leadership team, and that they're part of this leadership. And one of the things that I think that doesn't cost any money to help improve the morale is creating this fair, impartial, competitive process to get a specialized assignment or for a promotion, where everybody can compete, and there's a panel of individuals that has a scoring criteria in a blind way that makes recommendations to me, and that we make that selection based on who has the best knowledge, skill, ability, and merit.
Thank you. Thank you for answering my one question.
Thank you.
Those questions 1A through 1H. Thank you. Councilwoman Sneed.
Thank you. So my question is in reference to service number 625, and my question is around SWAT, and I'm just wondering, basically, what's considered high risk for if you can give examples.
High risk is any police action that, number one, would require a warrant, but would require a dynamic entry, where we have to make a dynamic entry by forcibly entering a place where we believe there are occupants. And so that constitutes high risk.
And when we say in violent crime areas, I'm guessing those areas are what we consider our VRI zones?
Well, traditionally, yes, areas where there's a crime in a place over time would be considered what you would call a violent crime area, or an area that has historically had large numbers of violent crime over time in particular areas. For example, shootings or homicides and/or robberies.
Okay. Okay. And my second question is service number 622 under patrol. Under the non-police districts, I'm wondering what training or, I guess, professional development around when you talk about working with the community for patrol officers who have been on the beat for a number of years, for those, who have been there, they're in a community, and since we're working on relationships with the community, what we are doing to send those folks that are on the street that finished the academy who haven't had that training, what are we doing with them?
So thank you for that. There's training underway right now in the academy, and we're looking to revamp all of that. That's why we're working to hire a PhD with in higher education to come teach us about and take control over the academic environment, about learning models, about teaching models, student and teacher evaluations, and how to evaluate those and select those people who have both will and capacity to teach at a higher level, and how to create sequencing of courses that build upon each other. For example, how we in the future will put de-escalation in every course. Community policing will be a part of every course. And so all of that, and peer intervention will be a part of every course. So all of that working together helps us in our community policing philosophy that we would be more engaging and we would be able to reduce the amount of uses of force. We would be building relationships more frequently upon every contact. That's not all in place yet. That is still yet being built. I'll ask Chief Murphy to come talk about what's coming right now, but we're working to get a master training plan that has the sequencing for all of these courses and what courses are coming that speaks to exactly what you're talking about, the training of our more senior officers who are not recruits but are veteran officers who need to be recultivated in a new culture of de-escalation and community policing.
And as part of the consent decree, we're overhauling all of our policies and all of our training, and there'll be a very community-oriented policing focus throughout all of that work. Right now, we're about to provide intensive training to all the officers in the department, whether they're new or have been on the department for a very long time, with 2 days of intensive use of force training. After that point, that policy will come into play, and it'll be about de-escalating and having the safest outcomes possible for the community and the officers. After that, we'll be getting into stop, search, and arrest, community policing, youth engagement. So as we roll out these reforms with new policies, we'll have specific training to help our officers implement those reforms in an effective way for the community.
I think one example is the new use of force policy, and there are citizens that have been part of that to preview that already, so that there's community input. And so all of that's being rolled out, and all of our officers are going to be undergoing that new use of force policy, from new recruits in the academy to all of our veteran officers through the annual in-service.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner, to you and your team
evening.
for
Good evening,
joining
sir.
us this evening. It's good to see you again.
Good to see you.
So there was a few areas that I needed a little more clarification, because some of these outcomes seem a little efficient given the budget allocation. So the one I want to start with is the Service 626, Operational and Analytical Intelligence. That budget request is a $16.2 million request, which is up $7 million from or just about $7 million from the previous year. But when we look at the actual outcomes of that service area, which has the Watch Center, City Watch, most of your technology-based enforcement, in fiscal year 2018, there were 272 arrests attributable to CCTV intelligence, but the target was 700. And it also mentioned in this service area that there were only 6 of the 40 cameras monitoring critical infrastructure were functional for that fiscal year. And I don't see any outcomes here for ShotSpotter, so if we could get that to the committee as a request, Mr. Chair, that would be helpful. Because I think we asked that at the last public safety meeting, but I haven't gotten that information yet.
Can you restate the request for Mr. Amorose?
Attributable arrests for ShotSpotter. It's not included in here.
I missed the first attributable.
attributable arrests
Over what period of time?
for the last fiscal year.
Oh,
Or to date, year to date.
so I guess that was sent to us during the email shutdown?
Okay. Okay.
Well, no, we still want to follow up on that.
All right.
So
Well,
give me the time frame, Councilman.
For year to date, if
Calendar year to date.
calendar year, yeah.
Calendar year to date, attributable arrests to spot shotter.
Yep.
So those are all metrics that we are concerned about also that we want to build, that we believe we have some capacity now, but not full capacity. For example, measurable outcomes for ShotSpotter with regard to, number one, response times, number two, evidence recovered, three, activity that led to an investigation, and then an investigation that led to an arrest. And then ultimately, we want to be able to measure whether it led to a conviction. But we also want to do that for our camera systems, which are right now 3 distinct camera systems, because we have the Watch Center, we have City Watch, and we have the SCSDs in district. We're working to streamline all of that with the restructure of the department for one comprehensive camera program that does both provide information on an intelligence-led and analytical basis to prevent crime, but also gives us the ability to respond and identify perpetrators of crime to make those cases. And so we are certainly wanting to do the very same thing, to be able to have analytics to show us how it's, well, first of all, if it works, how it works, and how we can make it better and how we can use it more efficiently.
And could you speak to, yeah, I mean, it's obviously not an efficient expenditure. I'm struggling to understand, I mean, that efficiency seems to be reflected in previous fiscal years as well, yet there's a request to increase the allocation for that service area by $7 million. So I'm trying to understand the intent of increasing funding for an area that is proven to not be effective.
So this goes back to what we had talked about before, that there are, if you look in the budget book on page 345, there were some positions that were moved from patrol that reflect folks that were working in this service currently. So, and in each service, there's a breakdown of which increases or decreases in the budget have or do not have a service impact, and that's one that's just a transfer between service areas.
So this would be, so then the actual budget is 16 million, which I think still goes back to my original question about the efficiency of spending $16 million for 272 attributable arrests.
And I want to make sure that I answered that part of the question,
Sure.
because I did some research on this myself earlier this week to be able to understand where this 272 number comes from. This number is actually attributable to the actual staff members of the Watch Center. It does not include how the CCT cameras are used by other detectives from around the districts. That this system that provides us a capability across all of our detectives. This particular number, in my view, is not accurately reporting the full impact that the CTD program is having on our city. This 272 number is only restricted to the individuals that are closing cases by that, by their sitting inside of City Watch, and that is not the right way to report this number. This goes back to my previous statement about my concern over these reporting of these numbers, again, which is, I believe, submissions that happened in fall of last year that I don't have confidence in, frankly, that I want to make sure it provides a more accurate reflection of what cases are actually being closed because of the use of the CCT cameras. And that goes back to internally making sure we're tracking it better, even if they're not working at the Watch, even if they're not working at City Watch. So that's something that this data, that again, does not reflect, in our view, the full impact of what the City Watch program is actually providing for us. That being said, we can work diligently to get you that number and try to identify the cases that have happened in the prior fiscal year to make sure that you have a full impact that's more accurate than what this data is showing.
And I think that's critical, because when we talk about, and we've spent this entire week sitting in these budget hearings and listening to several other agencies that I think, don't quote me on this, but I believe the Rec and Parks total budget is somewhere around 30 to 40 million. I mean, 16 million just for this expenditure. I can only think of how many rec centers that would be, how many other things that we could use this money for. When we are seeing that either internally there is no real accountability or tracking before under previous leadership for this particular expenditure, But more importantly, this is a extremely inefficient use of funding. Whatever this number is, I mean, we've seen that the violent crime is up, opioids are up, deaths are up. Over multiple fiscal years, we're not seeing the impact here. And yet I've heard through, Mr. Commissioner, your opening statement, a want to increase a utilization of technology. And for me, that's troubling considering the outcomes just don't seem to meet the ask for this particular thing. The second question I wanted to go into service, I don't have the service number, but the K-9 and mounted unit. Again, a $4.5 million expenditure with an increase of 86,000, 1,200 calls for service for those two units, yet 53 arrests, and that's down 530 arrests from the, unless that's a typo in the book, fiscal year 15 reflects a much more impactful use of this particular department, yet the funding levels have been stable for these two areas. I'm not seeing where, to use a quote that's been thrown around a few times, the bang for the buck here when we're talking, again, the greater context of the struggles that we're seeing in other agencies to make ends meet.
Well, basically,
Can you hang on one second, Colonel? The President wants to add something to that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Councilman. He saves me a question for later, but Mr. Commissioner, I'll just add. Did you have a mounted unit when you were in New Orleans?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me, because for me, I think my personal belief is the mounted unit is about $1.1 million of the biggest waste in the city's budget, just to be honest. I don't see where we get anything from the mounted unit. I know that citizens and neighborhoods don't see the mounted unit. We have heard that since they're going to be at the B&O, that they're going to be seen more in Southwest Baltimore, but nobody I know there sees the mounted unit. And when we think about what we could use with that money outside of the department, but even inside the department, for if you want to go that route, can you tell me, do you think police departments in 2019 actually need a mounted unit, especially for us, where we're now going to be, according to the budget, paying rent for the mounted unit to go to be in these new stables that were built?
My professional opinion is that police departments in major cities that have large amounts of tourism and large crowds that congregate in small spaces, in small geographic areas, absolutely can benefit. It is a crowd control tool. It is a crime fighting tool to the extent that it is a crowd control tool. And for example, the incident that happened at the Inner Harbor, that's a perfectly great use for a mounted unit that can travel long distances that the officer on foot perhaps would not be able to do. And it is the absolute best tool for crowd control. So although there are opportunities to go to districts, it is best used as a crowd control tool. And with the concerns that we have in downtown, and with crowds, and with tourism, and with people just out having a good time, I think there is a benefit for us to have that, because the officer on a horse can travel further, faster than an officer on the foot, and can see more than the officer at eye level. And so when strategically done and managed well, there's a great benefit to it. Now, in New Orleans, we had a 16-person mounted unit with 20 temporary riders, so we'd have 30 riders on the weekend. Different environment, we're not saying that. But for what we have and the issues we saw a couple of weeks ago, there's a great value, at least for what we have there.
So excuse
me, sir. We're not
Thank
taking
you.
testimony from the public.
My question, the follow-up to that, Commissioner, is, I don't know if you know, but if you guys can find out of the top 40 cities by population, who has a mounted unit and who doesn't. Because I understand what you're saying, but I also think that through deployment of resources downtown and everywhere else in the city, and using technology and other strategies, I think that we can get the same impact. Because how many? We have 4 now? So
5, I believe.
A 5-person unit. I think that a 5-person unit with a $1.1 million tag is not going to have the same impact as the one you had. Sorry, Councilman.
Is that an official request, Council President?
Yes.
For the top 40 cities and whether they have
A mounted unit.
Can I?
got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I get you the major cities, major urban cities in America
Well,
that are
yeah.
similar to Baltimore?
Yeah, but no, I would. Well, we'll take it to the top 20. Top 20 by population. Yeah. Thank
Okay.
you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I just spoke with the president. We're gonna do the top 35 cities in the country for that, please. And Commissioner, if you could get back to Councilman Burnett's question, please.
Yeah, Colonel World is going to talk about the K9.
Yes, sir. Basically, you're exactly right. The K9 has low stats. They were understaffed. They were severely understaffed. In about 2 weeks, we got 8 brand new dogs, brand new K9 officers coming on the street. Since I took them over a couple months ago, we've been working to reorganize their schedule. For the most part, we would only have 1 dog working all 3 shifts to get 7-day coverage. So they were just going from call to call to call to call, so they weren't able to do too much proactive. Now we're going to change up their shifts where they'll have 3 to 4 to 5 K9 dogs on the street at a time, so they'll be able to do more proactive stuff. They'll be able to assist patrol more. And those 8 will be coming out in the next 2 weeks.
Again, I mean, I don't want to belabor the point. We're still talking about less than 10 animals total at $4.5 million. You know, to your point about traveling, I'd like to know the efficiency of using a bike. There's plenty of scooters. I mean, there are ways that we can travel distances. And again, it's about efficiency and use of dollars.
Well, with the K9 unit, what happens is those 8 are going to go on top, so we're going to have 14. But they're able to do things that take the officers out of harm's way. They are able to search buildings without an officer having to go in there and sacrifice putting himself in an uncomfortable position. So they're able to do a lot of things that officers cannot. Plus, they're able to scan for weapons, the bombs at the stadiums. We use them for all different things than just street enforcement.
Okay.
Thank you. Stokes, which will be followed by Middleton and Cohen.
Thank you, Commissioner. I just have your sergeant that was just arrested recently, I guess yesterday, and you talked about overtime and how we managed that. I believe that officer or sergeant actually had over $100,000 in overtime costs. My question is, how is that one officer can accumulate that much overtime? And are you putting any monitors in place in terms of monitoring that kind of overtime out of one individual?
The officer apparently made substantial amounts of overtime because there were probably little to no checks and balances and no systems of accountability to know. And so the officer more than likely was finishing up a shift and working either in his own assignment or in other assignments. And prior to us putting checks and balances and asking about it and diving into it and looking at it, what we were finding is that officers would work overtime in a shift that's not their own assignment, but there were no permissions asked or permissions granted, and we were finding out about it at the end of the next 2-week cycle. And so now what we have done is working now to put the system of accountability in place where permissions have to be asked and granted, and we know what supervisor is granting the permission and where the officer is going, but I put a limit on how many hours an officer can work per week just a few weeks ago. So once we learned of the problem, we began to put at least human interface systems until we can build or either buy technological systems to add with the human interface systems to account for knowing who's asking for it, who's approving it, where a person is working, and are they complying within the number of hours per day, within the number of hours per week on the overtime limits.
Okay, and just a suggestion, I know we have a homeless and opioid problem here in Baltimore City. You have 2 great female officers that work the whole city, and I know also you talk about a lot of training. Will your officers be cross-trained in working with those persons that's homeless out in the street in the opioid? Because 2 people cannot cannot do that by themselves. And
Well, thank you for that. And those are things that we want to build in training that makes every officer community policing officer. You know, every officer should be trained in the application of Narcan when we see a person who perhaps is suffering from an overdose. Every officer should be trained and understand how to deal with quality of life, either issues or enforcement, and how to connect people in the community policing philosophy to the appropriate city services, whether it's homelessness and how to deal with that, how to deal with members of every sector of our community, and all of that's really a requirement of the consent decree, but it's just the right thing to do and it's a best practice. So all of that's part of our community policing training.
And Mr. Chairman, I just have a request. Commissioner, can you give us the patrol division overall budget, detective division overall budget, the breakdown of each district's budget, the breakdown of the subdivision budget, for instance, child abuse, domestic, burglary, and robbery detectives? Can Mr. Chair?
Thank you.
No,
Middleton?
I asked for requests.
Oh, Jeff,
Can you
We can get that to you, yes, sir.
you hear me?
clarify that,
The
Jeff?
request was the patrol division overall budget, detective division overall budget, breakdown of each district's budget, the breakdown of each subdivision budget, child abuse, domestic, burglary, and robbery detectives.
Okay, thank you.
And again, if I could, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Councilman, part of the rationale of why we need that staffing plan is to give you the right numbers that you just asked for, because we don't have it right now. Because the visibility into the systems that we have do not accurately, if we were able to pull those systems out and give you the data right now, we couldn't do it, because the systems don't have the level of data integrity that we need to give you the right answer to that number. That being said, our staffing plan that we are going to be implementing will tell us the appropriate staffing targets on all the areas you just mentioned. And so what we'll be able to do is give you that level of detail with the correct allocations of where we are appropriately needed being staffed, and that when we look at vacancies in our department, we can distribute those across the areas so that we know where we are, where the targets are, at every one of those levels that you just described. But that, sir, is going to be a long process for us. So we can provide you with reference documents that we have that correspond to this budget. But as I mentioned before, this budget is going to be changing. And so what we'll be committed to do is when we're working with BBMR on updating our budget to meet the new structure and the new organizational chart, we'll be able to have that level of detail in the correct allocations that are informed by that staffing plan that's being handled by a third-party expert in police staffing. So we're committed to doing that.
Real quickly, but there is something that's underway that speaks to why this budget that you have before you doesn't reflect our organizational structure right now, and it is still evolving. We're going back to the best practice of decentralization of detectives. For example, our robbery detectives, the colonel put together a plan at my request when I first got here, and that is underway now. Actually, I believe I'll let him talk about it. It's in effect as of a week or two ago, where we're putting our robbery detectives back in districts in a decentralized approach where they're connected to the community, they are connected to the individuals who we believe are committing these crimes, and the next iteration of that will be our non-fatal shooting detectives handling assaults and non-fatal shootings. That's underway, but I'll let the colonel come touch on it right now, because that's already something that's underway that will definitely show a distinction in why the budget looks this way, but the staffing is very different.
Yes. So we started May 27th for robbery detectives going out into the districts. Councilman Cohen, you'll be happy about that. We didn't want to do everybody at one time because we wanted to have some, accountability as we move forward. On June 10th, you will have non-fatal shootings also in the district. So that should also improve our clearance rates because they build relationships with the community and or police officers that they work with every day. The detective division will be sparsed out to the districts, and they will handle non-fatal shootings, robberies, aggravated assaults, burglaries, parental abductions, and commercial shoplifting gone bad. The total amount of staffing that will go back to the districts is approximately 86 individuals. So you'll have 86 additional people inside the district. Citywide, ma'am, yes.
But there's a contingency of robbery detectives that will remain centralized for patterns of robberies that are cross district lines and that are cross city and county lines. And those detectives certainly will be working those larger robberies and or carjackings that could be all over the city. But there are detectives that are going to the districts. But we had to be sure about the logistics, because it's not just putting them in districts. There was the issue of vehicles, there was the issue of computers, desks, chairs. Are the interview rooms in the stations have high def audio and video capability? So all of that we have to account for before we actually do that, most of which we have. We're still working on the rest of it, but the robbery detectives have been redeployed. The next iteration will be the detectives handling non-fatal shootings.
Thank you. Councilwoman Middleton.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening.
My comment is more of just sharing a recruit, I guess, a training idea to kind of incorporate with your cadets from a successful one-day event that took place in 2015 with the 2015 class of cadets in Northwest, and it's in Northwest Baltimore, really not far from the training center in the Forest Park area. There is a Liberty Elementary School connected to Liberty Rec and Tech, and it was maybe like a 4 or 5 hour event, and it was a culminating activity at the end of the event before the class graduated. The whole class came to visit that school. Each of the cadets kind of shared a story about themselves, where they came from, to the community leaders in that area. Then they dispersed to the school with the elementary kids, did culminating events. They went in different class. I mean, just the feel and the excitement from those elementary school kids was breathtaking. There is a proposal that is written from that experience. Somehow, I guess it's got lost in the shuffle over the years, but I'm telling you, the whole community, the Liberty Elementary School is a high-performing elementary school. That activity it was a wonderful experience for children in our city, just beginning that relationship and understanding what a policeman, a police person is, and also they bonded with the child, so it was like a double experience. I would like to get you that proposal for you to look at and try to maybe incorporate that again. It really was not costly. It was just kind of making time for both parties to do that event. It's something that you could probably do around all areas of the city, but it was in the elementary school, something very simple. So I'd like to share that with you.
Absolutely, we welcome that.
Thanks. That's it.
Councilman Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Commissioner.
Good evening.
And thank you for coming in at a time of upheaval within our city and sticking in there. And I wanted to begin by saying appreciate both your response to this most recent officer misconduct accusation, as well as the speedy response I saw in the sexual misconduct allegation as well. And I will say that is a breath of fresh air and a needed change within a department that has often struggled on that issue, and you can read about it in the consent decree, which I'm sure you have. But to see the swift action that you all took in really taking it seriously, I know meant a lot to me and meant a lot to my constituents as well. Did want to say, though, that we had a hearing earlier today with the health department. Arguably the two most pressing crises in this city. One is the violence, particularly the violence that our young people are seeing. And then two is the opioid crisis. And so we had the health department in, and we're going through their budget, and combined youth trauma response and substance use disorder treatment receive approximately $7 million for the health department. Only about 20 to 30% of that, by the way, comes from the city of Baltimore. Most of it is state and federal funded. To see that your total budget is $536 million plus, and the line item that I wanted to hone in on particularly is the crowd traffic and special events management, which comes in at $11.6 million. So again, to see that as a city, we're only investing about $7 million into the prevention of youth violence, trauma response, and substance use disorder versus 11.6 into controlling crowds and traffic, to me speaks to a profound disparity within our values and what we're funding. So was hoping that, as has been stated by our president and others, that you will seriously look at trimming this budget. We understand that there's a shortage, that overtime is a necessary evil, but at the same time, to see only $7 million going into things that we know, because data, science, and evidence tells us they prevent crime and violence and death from overdose, and 11 plus into crowd control, to me is a major problem. Was wondering if you could just pick up on that line item in particular.
That's a good observation, and thank you for that. Before I answer that, let me just say, with regard to the sexual assault,
yep.
I think the members of my team I think they get it. As I'm thinking about my response, they're already on it. And much of, and while I received the compliment, thank you, I have to share it with the members of this team. And the two colonels there and my lieutenant colonels, they're on it. And as it was unfolding, and as I'm beginning to say, this is what we want to do, they're already saying, this is what's already done, Commissioner. We're on it. So I got to share that with them. And so I'm beginning to see the transition, and they're all part of that. So I share that with this team. So thank you. Regarding the crowd control issue, I have a great appreciation why you feel that way. I certainly do. I can only say that I am here to make sure that the people we have are providing the best service, and we're providing our service with the most effectiveness and efficiency possible. And to the extent that we can be more efficient, and there's some cost savings there to redirect, that's what I'm always working to do. But I am working with scenarios where there's issues in real time, and we're working to reform and to make people perform at a high level in real time, and to make up for the loss of manpower in real time, while also having to be more efficient with what we have. I agree with you in concept. I think I just say it in a different way. We have to make sure that we are more effective and more efficient with what we have, so that when we can effect traffic control in a better way that requires less of us, when we can effect crowd control in a better way that requires fewer people or fewer incidents, then at that time, certainly there's a cost savings there. But I think we have to make sure that we can accomplish the issue at hand. The problem, by both of our own admissions, is the crowds and the traffic. So we have to be able to first fix that issue. And I think there are conversations underway for us to be able, at sporting events, to offset in a different way how many people we are deploying for crowd control externally and our traffic control, for the issues inside of downtown, whether during the week, on the weekend, by day or night, how we deploy to that in a way that we can accomplish the goal of public safety and making people safe and feel safe. In a way that there can be some cost savings there. We're certainly working that, but that's about our effectiveness and efficiencies in the way we perform. But we have to actually fix the issues before, I believe, in my opinion, before we can actually talk about reducing the funding, because we actually have to fix the issues first.
So Understood. I did, just part of what I try to do as a former teacher and now chairing the education committee, I sort of showed pieces of the budget to groups of young people around the city. And I will say that the comment that came back when I showed them that comparison of $7 million for youth violence, trauma prevention, and substance use disorder versus $11.6 million for crowd control and traffic was, oh, so they're putting more money into protecting tourists at a baseball game or a football game than they are into preventing violence that we face every single day. And that's coming from the mouth of young people in this city. So again, I think when we look at this, when I look at this budget and I see where our investments are going, it does not represent the best values of our city. And I say that with no disrespect to you, because I think you have come in a very serious way and are attempting to tackle some deep systemic challenges and rot within this department. But I will simply say that to me, it is it sends the wrong message to our children that we are so over-invested in policing and underinvested in those services which would prevent crime.
I think we're saying the same thing, but I think there's a party to the conversation that's not at this table that can help offset some of that funding when it comes to that. And there are conversations underway for us to talk about how we offset some of that cost to that deployment that we're paying for right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Henry.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Good evening.
Good evening, Councilman.
Let me join in the chorus of people who thanked you for coming here.
Thank you, sir.
And thank you for the work that you and the men and women under your command do every day. I have known a number of the people who work for the BPD for a number of years. I have a great deal of love and or respect for the people under your command, or at least most of them. But that does not absolve us of the responsibility to be candid with each other.
That's right.
And I don't know how we compare to New Orleans in this regards, but Baltimore does not lack for armchair police commissioners. I cannot go to a community meeting or spend any time on social media without finding people who are 100% certain that if we just did this, it would fix everything. And this could be more spending on patrol. This could be more spending on patrol specifically for community policing, get them out of their cars and have them walking around. There are people who are certain that if we just go back to the strategy of targeting bad guys with guns, targeting the violent criminals, putting greater emphasis on that we could have a substantial impact on the city's crime rate. No one on social media, no one in the church halls and school cafeterias of the community meetings says we need a more substantial and robust administration for the police department. If you look at the budget, the Service 621, Administration and Information Technology, has increased from $44,809,170 to $93,800,640 over the last 2 years, counting this year's budget request. That's a 109% increase. Now, I know that it's been made very clear that one of the differences between this year's budget request and previous ones is this year we are being honest about where people really are. For the moment, we're going to sidestep the fact that that means we have been lied to for several years. And I'm going to focus on the fact that right now, we have a budget request in front of us that calls for maintaining the status quo in terms of staffing for administration to the large part at a rate of 17.5% of the entire budget. 17.5% of this year's budget request is set aside for administration and information technology. And let's be honest, the information technology part is not a substantial part of that amount. Is there anywhere in industry best practices on a national level that you can tell us 17.5% is a good middle of the road percentage of your budget to be spending on administration? Because in my experience, that's way high. And I will put it in perspective. The Baltimore City public school system, which people still constantly complain about being bloated in terms of central administration, even after years of efforts by multiple CEOs to pare that down, is at 14%. So my first question is, why shouldn't we cut the administration budget this year down to something more reasonable?
Because in large part, the entire operation of the consent decree implementation is captured within that service. So the IT portion of it is largely driven on our success of that consent decree implementation plan. I would note that in the budgets that we have here, 12 million of that is actually state funds. And so those state funds, again, are earmarked, and we need to be able to provide the right kind of justification. We mentioned it earlier. We're working in coordination with the state to ensure we secure those funds so that we can deploy those technology investments in an appropriate way. But it also represents a significant investment in technology that has very much been lacking in our department for us to be able to rise to the challenge of being accountable for our department. It also includes the personnel that are associated with the consent decree implementation unit and all the functions that are currently caught up in a bureau that does not accurately reflect this measure. So it's very important, as I mentioned back to where we were before, the administrative section here, the DOJ compliance unit, that's part of this. And we need to be able to segregate that out and show better accountability, because when you're thinking of administration, sir, you're absolutely right. But it's important to make sure we have an apples to apples comparison when you ask the question about what the appropriate level of the percentage of the budget is for administrative services. Hence the reason we are asking to reorganize all of our efforts to make sure we fully recognize what those administrative pieces are. The other part of this, again, goes back to our work with BBMR to make sure we're accurately reflecting where units are. For instance, one of the units that was in patrol before that is in this category now includes our executive protection units. It's about I believe it's 15 to 20 personnel, for an example. They got moved into this category because it doesn't actually reflect a patrol function, but an administrative function. Another piece is the juvenile booking center, which got moved into this category as well, which is a number of personnel that were reflected in patrol before, but were moved into this category. So again, it goes back to taking a strong look
Can I pause you for a second? Yes. Because I don't see juvenile booking under expenditures by activity. Is that part of unallocated appropriation?
No, sir. The unallocated appropriation is a budget hold line item for the state funding that is associated with the 10.5. Yes.
Okay.
So that corresponds there.
So where does the juvenile booking
Again,
fall?
it's caught up in the personnel. So when you look at all of the personnel listings here and a lot of the additions that came in the form of officers, those personnel are mapped against what were part of patrol before. They got moved into this category. And again, we've been working with BBMR to make sure we reflect these in a better way. And so we're trying to own this process to make sure that we're having better transparency to show what's an administrative function versus what's a necessary sworn function. Because I think when you and I talk about administrative functions, we're really talking about civilian functions in a large part. And the back of the house stuff that's not really related to how the crime fight is, using our sworn resources. So that's absolutely something we're committed to making sure we're scrubbing every piece of this to being very transparent about what is and what is not in each one of these services. And Bob, if I've got any of that wrong, let me know. Okay.
I think what my first response to that would be is we need more detailed expenditures by activity.
So do I.
If we're in a if we're talking about a situation where juvenile booking is lumped into the personnel section, like why wouldn't that just be in the book as a separate activity?
Again, I agree with
Eric,
you, actually.
Eric, hang on. Can you give Bob?
Yeah, I think it's buried in activity number 4, so that's probably something that we might break out going forward.
So we're working in a structure that hasn't had the flexibility to really represent what we need, and that's what we want to do. We want to do exactly what you're saying and provide much better accountability of where these resources are and get a full-on scrub of every line item in this budget through our mid-year cycle and then come back to you and show you where these resources are and where they should be based on a staffing plan.
So is there something else that's hidden under, I'm sorry, hidden implies intention, right? So the fact that the Administrative Bureau looks like it jumped from 2.5 million in fiscal 19 to 16.7 million in this year's budget reflects the fact that there were $14 million worth of people who were actually working in the Administrative Bureau but were charged elsewhere?
Again, I'm not sure how we're defining Administrative Bureau here. I think it's so broadly defined that it's catching categories that it quite frankly shouldn't be catching.
So you understand that from our perspective, I don't understand how we are supposed to feel comfortable approving a budget that even the people implementing it aren't sure they understand and make sense.
One of the reasons we're here is because of the mismanagement of this department and the fact that this department has systems that have been broken for years. And we have to acknowledge that. And that's what we're here today to do. And I agree with you. It's an expectation that we're asking you to place a lot of trust in this administration.
Well,
we are. And we are committed to being in partnership with you and with BBMR to be very transparent about how these resources are allocated.
So why shouldn't we trust you with less money and then have you come back and justify getting more?
Part of what we need to do is to make sure we have a comprehensive staffing plan, something we've already started to work on, to make sure we have a full expectation of what's needed in our department, where the resources need to go, and that it's done by third-party experts and law enforcement staffing to really get the right answer for all these questions. And a civilianization and professionalization plan that lets us free up as many sworn resources so that if we can trade off, we will trade off. But again, it comes back to the reason we're here, is to bring better accountability and transparency to these resources. And we need time. I'm being honest with you. Again, we came here to have an honest conversation today, and we need that time.
I appreciate that. Mr. Chair, in order to save time, I actually started asking my next question before the hearing started and got some of the answer to it. If you don't mind, I'd like to finish that now at this point, and that refers to on page 325 of volume 2 of the agency detail under adjustments without service impacts for service 621, there's a line that says adjustment for other positional costs, and it's $7.6 million. And my understanding is that that includes the OPCs for the 137 positions being moved from Service 622. However, that adjustment is 64% of the salary figure, and if you go to the next page and look at 3 years of OPCs relative to the salaries of each year, OPCs tend to average around 49%. So it looks like there's an extra 1.7, 1.8 million in that number, and I'd like to know what that is.
Sure. So just to get back to your first question, we can send you the detail for that particular activity. We do know the booking officers were in there, but we can see what else is in that.
The booking officers?
Yeah, but there's also something else in that activity. We can send you the detail.
Okay.
Or Jeff, you got that request?
Yeah, we should put. We can look that up and get to you right after the hearing.
Okay.
On the OPC, you're right that when we transfer positions, we put the salary costs in that part at the top where if the folks were moving, and we put the OPC cost in that other catch-all line item called other positional costs. There also are increases from year to year, what I would consider current service increases for additional pension costs, health benefit costs.
Wouldn't that be in OPCs?
Yeah, that's in there. That's what
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
All right.
So some of it is the positions that move, but there's also an increase in each of the services across the board for change in healthcare costs and for pension costs.
Well, in looking this up, it actually sparked another curiosity, which is if you look at the OPCs relative to salaries, in 18, it was 59%. In 19, it dropped down to 43%. And then in 20, it went back up to 46%. And I was curious. I mean, if it was a steady increase, I would say healthcare costs are going up. That's an easy one that people put in, except that it started high, went low, and then started to come up. What's going on there?
So last year, I think you're referring from 18 to 19 to 20, those
Yes.
3 years. Yeah. So last year there was a significant savings on our health benefit contracts, which
Okay.
fell in that category. So if you remember, we rebid both our healthcare and our healthcare and prescription drug.
And then this year to that year is just the normal going up a little bit.
Yeah, a little going up. There's a small increase for health benefits this year, not much, and then an increase in our pension costs,
Okay.
which is there.
Commissioner, I just want to share that, we had a little bit of a talk before you started. You know that you're the fifth police commissioner that I've had the pleasure to work with and the pleasure to tell that youth development is not something else competing with public safety for resources. Youth development is part of public safety, and in 10 years, I have not had a police commissioner disagree with me on that. I want to make it very clear that if there's any money in here that could be spent on youth development programs that would reduce the need for your men and women to be doing their jobs, we should be spending it out there doing that. And we're going to continue to look for those opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. And Commissioner, I just want to make one comment that it's very refreshing to have a police commissioner come in front of us and acknowledge what is wrong with the structure of the department and the structure of this budget. So that's very refreshing to hear. That's the first time I've heard that in 5 years. Councilman Dorsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Commissioner,
Good evening.
thanks for being here.
Good evening.
I'm again looking at kind of basic patrol numbers as I've done for the last couple of years. I know Jim Gillis and Rich Worley have been really helpful in ensuring that I have pretty accurate information. I spent a lot of time last year poring over locator reports that tell us, or at least are in theory supposed to tell us where every employee of the department is assigned at any given time. and comparing those with actual schedules from all the 9 police districts, all 3 shifts, and really uncovering that there is a significant inconsistency between these things. And that was verified also by the consent decree monitor the day after I presented that information here in a public safety hearing. So I just want to kind of review kind of some of those stats here for a second that I think are really relevant, and then ask a couple of questions. We experience, and I think this harkens to what Councilman Henry was saying about, in what kind of business model are these kind of certain levels acceptable, and what kind of business model would a 17% administrative fee be acceptable? Similarly, MTA buses don't run reliably because up till a year ago they had a 20% absenteeism rate among drivers. And in patrol, we have a 25% absenteeism rate. So I think that that's something that was pretty clear needs to be brought into check. And I don't know what's being done still to bring that into check, where on any given day, 25% of the officers assigned to patrol are not actually working. That's a recipe for disaster in any business. And at the level that we were staffing patrol last year, basically 50% of the patrol that was working on any given day was working overtime. Maybe on a good day we were at 35 or 40%, but 50 is not out of the question. At that time last year, there were 2,300 sworn officers in the department. And that's just people occupying the officer, sergeant, and lieutenant ranks. That didn't include any captains, colonels, lieutenant colonels, or any majors or any such ranks. Out of that 2,300, only 800 were being assigned to patrol at a time when we knew that with that 25% absenteeism rate, we needed 1,200 to be assigned to patrol and not have to rely on overtime. We simply weren't allocating the bodies to patrol. That 2,300 number, that's not budgeted. That's actually staffed, filled positions. We had 2,300, and we were only putting 800 of them into patrol. My understanding now that number 1,200 that was required to be able to staff patrol without requiring overtime, that's 846. If we have 846 out of 2,300 officers assigned to patrol, we don't have to rely on overtime. Is that accurate? And I know that Colonel Worley can.
I'll let him answer, but I think what we know is the staffing number required to fill the model that we're using is the 800 number, but that because of all the relief variables where people are either sick, relief variables, sick days, vacation days, training days, injuries, and things of the sort, are people being detailed somewhere else for different reasons. The number is not the 800 number, but yes, there is a different number now because we're under a different model now, and there's a different schedule now, but I'll let Colonel Worley talk to it.
Yes, sir. Basically, assigned to patrol right now, we have 1,028 officers. Now, patrol includes the district action teams, the administrative officers in districts, the Inner Harbor Unit, the NCOs, the foot officers. All of those officers are under the umbrella of patrol. The number 846 is just to staff the patrol cars that answer the calls, basically the committed resources.
And that doesn't include the district action teams?
Does not. 846 is what we need to put an officer in a car to fill every one of those posts, and that is a bare minimum. We want below our national averages. We use 2 officers per post, and it should be even more than that.
Councilman, the 1,021 that are assigned to patrol,
yes.
When you take out all of those other things, special like the district action teams and the admin, the NCOs, Inner Harbor Unit, et cetera, what's the number you're left with?
As far as sector patrol, committed resource to answer
sector
the calls,
patrol.
774 are assigned.
774. So we know that we have to have 846 just for sector patrol.
Correct.
In order to be able to run patrol without relying on any overtime. But we haven't even assigned that many to sector patrol. 774 out of my assumption is that we haven't significantly decreased from the 2,300 that we had sworn officers last year, right? We probably still have somewhere around 2,300 sworn officers.
I would assume so.
Where are the other 1,600 if we can't come up with, at minimum, another 72 officers to get us to that 846 so that we're not relying on overtime?
Well, that 774 is officers that are assigned.
That's officers that are assigned to sector patrol.
That doesn't account for the ones that are injured, that are medical light duty. The full duty officers assigned to patrol are 639, and that's before we even start with training. So once we take officers out of training, it goes down even lower, so that accounts for the overtime.
So this is where that whole 1,200 number came from before, where we didn't need 1,200 officers actually working this shift today and that shift tomorrow. We needed like 800 in order to staff properly before. The 1,200 is how we factored in that relief factor as well, and that's what you're getting into here is further relief factor. We don't have that baked in here at all. Like we have, what you're telling me is that we're still at a place where even though we have 2,300 or so officers sworn and employed by BPD, we still haven't allocated enough to patrol in order to staff patrol without relying on overtime.
That's part of the assessment that is underway right now. That's what we have been doing from the very first day, working to identify officers that were, number one, in administrative positions that we could move. He's already downsized a couple of specialized units to move people back to patrol. But the total number of sworn officers that are budgeted for the department are not the total number of officers that are physically able to be at work.
When I say 2,300 officers, I don't mean budgeted. I'm very clear about this. I don't mean budgeted. I mean they're actually working, are actually employed. And as a reminder, I spent days and weeks poring over those locator reports. So I know the names and badge numbers of every one of these actual bodies, actual officers that are working, not just pins that are budgeted. So out of 2,300 who are actually being paid to work for BPD, we can't come up with an adequate number to staff patrol at 846 without relying on overtime.
That's part of the problem that we're working to fix, council member, to make the assessment to know how many people we have, where everybody is, which is still a difficult challenge, and to make sure we create the correct staffing models both for patrol, which are committed time officers, then officers who have uncommitted time that we want doing community policing and or other proactive work, but then the right number of investigators to make sure we fall in line with national best practice, caseload per ratio per officer, per investigation. So all of that is being looked at. We agree with you that there are many members of our department who are in places that we would like in patrol, and that's what we're working to do right now, to right that ship.
I'm just still as baffled as I was a year ago as to how insanely skewed these numbers are. I mean, we're talking about there's 700 some assigned to patrol, and that leaves 1,600 others. When you're talking about we're looking to see where we can find the officers, like I shouldn't be able to swing a cat without hitting one of them. 1,600 is a huge number of bodies for us to not be able to find them. Like, I shouldn't need a staffing study. You shouldn't need a staffing study in order to be able to come up with 100 more out of 1,600. I need something more than we're doing a staffing study.
I'm not certain that number is actually 1,600 because there are several hundred people who are either in some limited capacity, who are in some injured capacity where they can't work at all. And so that reduces that number down.
Commissioner, how many was that? 700?
Several.
Just in patrol, of that 774, we have 135 officers who are light duty, medical, suspended that aren't on the street.
How many do we have total for the entire department that fit those categories?
263.
So it's so the
And
number,
that doesn't, but that doesn't even count the,
3, right?
Yeah, 2,300 minus 263 that are injured. I mean, so okay, so we're talking about like 1,400 officers that are completely, we can't find them. Like we need a staffing report. That's literally 1,400. That's twice the number in addition to the ones that we have on patrol.
So that number does not include DAT units, or does it?
no, the number that.
So that number, the
135.
number you're referring to, Councilman, I believe, does not include DAT units, which are district action teams. It does not include detectives, whether in a centralized detective unit or in a district. And it does, and there are quite a few different detectives. It does not include members who are in SWAT and or K-9.
I mean,
Yeah.
I know what's included in the patrol section of this budget, and I know that I'm sitting here referring to the patrol section of the budget, and I'm trying to make distinctions here about total number of sworn officers actually working and being paid by BPD, or being paid by BPD whether they're working or not, versus what's in patrol. Like, I know that detectives are in a different area. I know that K-9 is in a different area, and what I'm saying is that we're talking about there are 700 some here actually assigned to do patrol. The patrol budget here says in patrol, not including K-9, not including investigations, not including anything else. This says right here that we've got 1,200, right? I mean, for patrol. Out of that 1,200, we're talking, I'm sitting here a year later asking, where are these mysteriously missing bodies that we can't come up with a few hundred more? I think the answers don't ever seem to add up.
I'm just advised that recruits are in that number and vacancies are in that number. And there are well over 200 vacancies. So all of that's being put into patrol. We started by saying this budget that's presented even before us doesn't reflect our organization as it stands right now.
Okay, well then forget what's actually in the budget here. I want to know, again, vacancies aside, there are 2,300 filled positions, and we've only got 800 of them here. So we've got, and out of the 2,300, less than 300 are missing in action because of injuries and medical and suspension and whatnot. So we've got 2,000 officers in the department. That means we've got the 800 assigned to patrol and another 1,200 officers. I cannot make these numbers reasonably add up to a situation where we can't fill patrol and not have to rely on overtime just to put enough men on the street for one day.
Those are the same things we're working on. When we got here, we realized that there was a staffing shortage in patrol.
And let me say, when I do that, like, I know also that when I go the next level down here, because basically what we're talking about right now is where, like, say, the locator codes would tell me where these people are supposed to be. If I went a level deeper than the locator codes and actually looked at the shift schedules, even among these people, I would see that other people are detailed out. So I'm just talking about budgeted so that we're not running.
And you also have to remember there's over 300 sergeants and over 100 lieutenants. So that's about another 500 sworn, and that sworn number are sergeants and lieutenants and captains and majors and everyone else that's sworn.
That 2,300 is not inclusive of majors and captains. That 2,300, I know what I'm talking about when I say this. It's only officer, officer EID, sergeant, sergeant EID, and lieutenant, lieutenant EID. It's only people below those command ranks. It's
that's
only
about-
rank and file.
There's about 500 between sergeants and lieutenants.
So, Councilman, I think we've kind of hit a wall on this one. Is there a request that you can make in terms of documentation, some type of breakdown of that 2,300, and we could continue this discussion after the hearing once we have those hard numbers? I mean, your point is, Councilman, your point is very well taken, and
It's the same point that I made in this room on this day a year ago. It's the exact same point. We still can't come up with, there's still twice as many officers elsewhere in the department as there are on patrol, and we can't come up with enough to staff patrol without relying on overtime for one day.
And you are absolutely spot on, correct, Councilman? And I don't think there is one colleague up here that is scratching their head trying to understand what you're saying. You are spot on, correct, and I think that the commissioner agrees with you. Is that
I
safe
would
to
add,
say?
I would join you in that I have the same concern. We have the same. That is exactly what we've been doing since we started here, and that is exactly what we're doing.
How far into this next fiscal year is it going to be before we have enough officers identified that patrol is staffed without relying on overtime?
Well, that's a good question, but that's segregated into a couple of things because there's a condition. You say it without overtime. We're going to need overtime as a department forever because there will always be different initiatives, whether it's a crime suppression initiatives, whether they're in whatever it may be. And we don't know what the future holds. What I can say is we are working to identify where our people are and how we can decentralize detectives, put them back in districts, how we can civilianize a department to bring in professional staff so that we can account for all of our sworn people and have them performing sworn police duties. We had a first iteration of that, but that is still ongoing. We share your concerns, and we're working to find where everyone is and make sure everyone can be accounted for.
You're helping this happen.
So let's do a couple of things. I think there's no confusion about the councilman's point, correct?
Absolutely not. We're on the same page with that. We're working to find the answers to that same question.
Got it. So let's by next week get a breakdown of the 2,300, where they're actually physically located at, irrespective of the budget book, what units they're in, how many are in patrol, and then a breakdown of that. And this is something we do at our monthly budget oversight hearings for the police department.
We will give you a breakdown of every category, where every person
Who's on leave, or how many are on leave, type of leave.
Every person, all the relief variables, how many people are limited sick or permanently out sick, how many vacancies there are, and how patrol is actually defined. What actual officers are in the category of patrol as we agree to define patrol, and then officers that work under the chief of patrol's offices but not under the definition of patrol. And we would define all of that and break
Jeff,
that out
you got
for
that one. Thank you. And as we close out this question, Councilman, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the heart of his question is what is preventing you from tomorrow assigning that gap to patrol so that we don't have to as heavily rely on overtime? Councilman, is that correct?
Yep.
Making sure that when we find people, the work they're doing doesn't create a far worse problem, like taking people out of a service like SWAT or a K-9, and then we have no K-9s because only those certified people can do it. For example, taking people out of SWAT because only those certified people can do it, like taking people out of homicide and or out of rape or child abuse who are already overwhelmed with caseloads so that work doesn't go undone. So it is always making the 360-degree assessment of every aspect of the department at all times at the same time so that when we move someone, we don't create the unintended consequence of harm somewhere else? And how do we account for that if we do?
You have a second question?
So, can I, this is important, if I may. The very thing that we need to give you what we all want, not just you, but to give all of us what we all want more people, more officers. And this is the conversation my team and I have been having since the very first day. The very thing we need to give you more people is the very thing we need. So in order to bring more people on, I had to triple the size of the recruitment unit by taking officers.
I don't actually want more officers. When you say
Well,
we all
let
want
me-
the same thing, we all want the same thing. I don't actually want more officers.
Well,
I
let
just
me-
want less overtime.
Let me qualify that. We had to take officers from patrol to accommodate the recruitment demands. But the unintended consequence was, now that the floodgates are open, do we have the capacity to train them? So I just had to move another dozen officers from patrol to the police academy to teach them. And then we have to have more field training officers. And so the very thing we need to have more officers in patrol is the very thing we need to give us more officers. And so I had to actually take from patrol to create the capacity of bringing in more officers.
Can I ask, have we, I'm in this is budget cycle 3 of hearing the need for technological upgrades, and it's obviously there's a whole lot of money invested, baked in here for the coming year for more technological upgrades. But when I ask for patrol shift schedules from the 9 districts for sector patrol, I get them in the form of printed out, hand notated on, and then scanned and then made into PDF emails, rather than I can't get a spreadsheet that's searchable from the department. Has there been any update to the software or change to the software that we use to handle patrol schedule production? I was told that basically the software is so old that the vendors stopped supporting it and disabled the print dialogue function, and that we were printing schedules on the basis of a screenshot.
I concur.
Because my request here is, now that we've got a new patrol schedule, I want to see a current locator code report, and I want to see all of the patrol shift schedules for every district right now, and I want it by Monday morning, because I'm still dumbfounded as to how we can't find these people right now. And since it's been like a year since I was asking the question of, where are the people working who are locator code light duty, which is not a job, it's a status, whereas everything else in that locator code report is an actual job. Where are the people who are under locator code light duty, and where are all the people that are in there under locator code blank? There are hundreds of people even accounted for in the locator report that it doesn't tell you where they're actually working. So we have hundreds of people where the department can't even account for them. I'd like a current locator code report and all 9 districts, all 3 sector patrol shifts by Monday, so that I can do my, a comparative analysis yet again to try, and under the new patrols, I haven't done this since the new patrol schedule was implemented.
Great request. I can't speak to or answer any questions about what happened a year ago or before I got here. I found the technology the way it is now. That's why we're here to enhance the technology so that we can produce for us the very
Can
same.
anybody tell me if it's possible to provide me,
wanted to answer your question.
if it's possible to provide me the shift schedules in a digital spreadsheet format.
So I have a data extract as of May 31st that has the locator codes, the description of those codes for every member of our personnel on payroll that I can provide to you after I get out of here.
Okay, great.
And it's in Excel.
I see the email's working.
And it's in, well,
It is.
Another topic. I have that, but Councilmember Dorsey, it's very important to make sure that you understand. I've been looking through that exact same data. I know for a fact that it's not fully updated yet. There's a lot of changes in our department that we've made over the past couple of months that we've been unable to make because of the downed systems, okay? A lot of it was tied to HRIS, which is, here at the city versus us. The point is that the data in and of itself, while it might be reflective as an extract from May 31st, it still has changes in it that have to be incorporated. So I want to caveat that lack of data, fidelity. It might be more updated than it was back in July when we did it. But I have an Excel, and I'll get it to you when I get out of this meeting. Or I'll make sure that my people get it to you because they have your contact.
Thank you.
Thank you. Clark?
Good evening, Commissioner.
Good evening.
Thanks for being here in Baltimore.
Thank you.
I would like to mention that when I first met you, it was at Mervo. Hey, Mervo, where you were meeting Northeast citizens, and somehow as part of all that, the mayor was there. The former mayor was there, saying how grateful we are and happy we are that you agreed to come. And then I remember later that in your remarks, you said, yes, you were happy to be here, but the other side of the equation was the resources would be available so that you could do the job that you were being asked to come here and do. So I'm kind of looking at this budget. Well, I'm not even looking at this budget. I'm kind of looking at this budget as you weren't here. You're trying to figure it out. Who knows where these officers are? We got to find out who's where. But we got to let you have a chance working with us to find out so that when we meet again next year, then we'll all know what we're talking about. We might not agree about everything, but we'll at least have a common conversation.
Absolutely.
Where we all understand what we're saying and talking about, because it's not the gobbledygook that we've been left with from eons of...
I only wanted to be clear to everybody that we're looking for the same answers, and we found what you're seeing now.
I know.
And we're working to correct what you're asking us to correct now.
Well, and that's my point. The point is, it's a mess. It's been a mess. It's going to be, I'm sorry, if the budget people, that's no reflection on you. I don't know what it's a reflection on. But now we have, at least I feel confident that we have a group of people with your leadership who are going to find out what's in this budget and make it a meaningful one for us. And in all that, in all those efforts, then we can talk about what are the essentials and what is the overtime and who's doing what and why. But what I'd like to ask you in my little time allowed, I want to talk about districts. I'm a local kind of person. I would like to ask you, not what's in the budget, but what in your mind is evolving as what kind of, how you are going to staff and how you are going to evaluate community relations as well as public safety at the district level. What is your vision of a district level staff? What are you working towards that way? So that, because that's where people live. And that's what, it's like the principal of the school is the major. And so that's what public safety in neighborhoods is, what's happening in those neighborhoods and who's in charge and what's going on and how people feel about it.
Very good point. That's exactly why we're moving to a decentralization approach of putting our
Yes.
robbery and our shooting and assault detectives back in the districts,
And
making
we
sure
are
that logistically
glad.
making sure that logistically we can support it with all the equipment and functionality they would need to
Right.
to be successful in a district as opposed to being centralized. Number two, there's a thing that the consent decree requires that we're working on called micro community policing plans that are tailor specific to districts, which would give district commanders the autonomy to be able to deploy and have community policing strategies that are unique to the districts, because what one district's citizens and residents may be asking for may be totally different than somewhere else, but they will have the structure, the training and skill and the autonomy to be able to deploy to that. But on a larger picture, the training and reculture shaping of the entire department, that every member of the department should be community policing minded and oriented, so that we're able to do problem solving at the district level, at the officer level, not necessarily at the commissioner level, but at the officer level. And I'll let Chief Murphy come up and talk about what micro community policing plans are that are being written and are underway, that'll be revealed, and then commander training and then officer training in the near future.
So there's a big focus on community policing and community engagement as part of the consent decree, and within that we're going to create an overarching community policing and engagement plan for the district to guide our overall operations. But then for each district we're going to go through a structured feedback process where we solicit feedback from the members of that community here about what are their priorities, how do they want to interact with the police and use the police services in their community to bring about the best possible quality of life. It'll be an iterative process of feedback from the community and collaboration between the police and the community to create these plans. Now, once we create the plans, we need to make sure that we're operating in line with the priorities of those plans. And we'll be building those plans into our internal management programs, ComStat, and be reporting about our implementation of those plans in recurring public meetings. So there can be ongoing dialogue between the residents of the community and the police that serve them to make sure that the plans are working and change them as needed to meet the needs of that community.
Now, but that's part A. That's actually part B. Part A, we have to work, and we're doing the assessment now, and the staffing study will provide further data for us, but we have to make sure that the officers actually have the free time to do this. So the goal is to build in 15 to 20 minutes on every hour for every officer, so that we have time within the hour for everybody to perform hotspot policing and community policing engagement type activities and initiatives. That requires burden reduction, so we have to reduce the amount of calls we're going on. We have to be smart as a department of what we are responding to and how we respond, how many people respond, and how long we're taking on each call. So the smart initiatives that are underway that will be forthcoming with technology that reduce the burden, so to the extent that we can move more property reporting calls to telephone reporting and build a more robust, refined online reporting system, which is all part of the plan that's coming. But it requires technology so we can move larger percentages of human response into digital response and have a digital reporting instead of a human response. That frees up time, and for every initiative that we can use to free up time, then we can then build capacity for a more robust community policing or micro community policing.
What is your time frame? When will we see the beginnings of this so that people know that we're doing something?
It's already underway. One of the council members made a point earlier about police officers getting out walking. One of the first things I did in hearing all of the community members' comments, they didn't see it, it's what they wanted. So we're doing that. We can now track that. We can track that. And so we're doing that all day. We're doing it in the evening, and every officer is responsible for doing it, and supervisors are responsible for making them do it. But it's not just getting out walking. What are they doing when they're out walking? It's about engaging.
Right.
It's about getting to know people, letting people get to know them. It's about the engagement, not necessarily the walk. So we're tracking that. But the more robust technology we can build to reduce the burdens and reduce the workload of the officer, the more free time we build. Thus, we build in In that free time, then we design more of what we want the officers doing, which is community policing initiatives.
So just so this is an actual experience that communities have and feel and participate in. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not just another, oh yeah, community policing, it's great.
Well, this is designed with input from members of each district.
But will it have a beginning, a middle, and a kind of launch, and then, yeah, you add to things, but will it have, so that people will say, gotta go to this meeting because it's about this,
yes,
whatever?
So we have philanthropic support to do focus groups in each district to get the foundational feedback we need to start drafting
So
the plan.
this is real, you're not just like...
Oh, yeah.
It's not just comfy, feely, huggy.
Yeah, and to your point, I mean, community policing and community engagement gets thrown around a lot without a lot of meaning.
I know, I mean,
Yeah.
we're killing it with loving it,
Mhm.
and what we need is a structure, at least in the minds of the community and the officers and everyone involved, a structure that has meaning, participation, middle and end, and then go from here to be normal, the norm.
Mhm. Absolutely, and we are building that structure as a part of these reforms, starting with hearing from the community, drafting plans based on that feedback, submitting it to the community for further comments, and then we'll implement it and continue to talk to the community about whether they're seeing the benefits, is it paying off the way they want, is there some way we should change it? So it's all about creating the plan and operationalizing it and assessing it on the police side with the community and make sure that it's actually working.
And what's your timeline?
So we are.
I know
we've-
you're starting now, but I mean, like, I don't feel it yet.
The timeline when we'll actually get the draft plans in place, I think, would be around later part of this year, early part of next year. That's through an iterative drafting process, but we can start. Implementing.
You're going to get going before that, because we're going to go all the way around, and we're going to be back here next year. And when we are, we want that thing launched.
Look, this is actually a requirement of the consent decree.
Well, there
So,
you go.
so it is actually being monitored every single month when we meet with the team, the DOJ, and the judge. And so it's underway, but it's something that's being built.
But it doesn't comfort me for you to say, don't worry, it's part of the consent decree. I respect that, and I'm grateful for it. But you guys, you all, women and men, are us. That's who I depend on.
Yeah, but even before we have this formal
Okay.
thing built, we're already doing what it is the plan will call for. And we're already making the officers get out, and the chief is checking on that every single day.
Okay,
And so we're doing that work now, even though we're in the process of designing a wonderful plan. Yeah.
Oh, God.
Yeah, the NCO
Letting him? Oh, gee.
The NCO program, we filled all the NCO
Oh,
spots in the district.
they are great.
That's the first step, is putting them
They
all
are
back in the district.
great.
And then that's the goal, is to make every officer NCO. So that was the first step, is get them in the districts and then get all the rest of the officers to be the same way.
Well, so are you involved in this,
Yes.
Lieutenant, Colonel?
Yes.
Well, then, that's great. I mean, all of you. But that's where we live, down there in the districts, and we don't need next year.
We're already doing it. So the micro
now.
the micro community plan is part of the consent decree, but we're doing it now because it needs to be done now. The citizens asked for it, and we wanted to deliver on it now.
We got to do it because that's where Baltimore lives, in its districts. Not in cyberspace where we all know numbers, but down on the ground where what we know is each other.
Yes.
Thank you. Council President Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Commissioner, actually, Mr. Amorose, have a seat, sir.
Oh,
You're walking in right on time. Mr. Commissioner, we'll let Mr. Amorose get settled in before I have a question based on some things I want to make a request. Mr. Amorose, can we make sure that the council is provided a list of every IT infrastructure upgrade the police department intends to make in fiscal 20? Also, along with that, the expected time of completion, the cost of the upgrade, and Mr. Sinemay's favorite topic, projected savings to the department and how it will improve BPD's operations.
Clarification.
Councilman Henry?
When they're listing software upgrades, would that be listing what they're using now and what they're moving to?
Sure.
Okay. I've heard rumors about Lotus Notes. I'd like to see what else from that era is still floating around.
It's not a rumor.
Thank you. Mr. Amoroso, you good to go on that one?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Commissioner, you know that, again, violent crime is very important to me, and you know that I'm not expecting you to go into detail, but can you talk about the overarching things that you think are going to make up your vision on how we fight crime in Baltimore? And two other things that you know are very important to me. One, that you were just speaking with Councilwoman Clark about. Also, talk about your plans for civilianization and call reduction. Actually, Councilman Pinkett and I, just for kicks, looked up when's the first time that I brought up or this council took an action saying that we should have a more robust online reporting system to reduce the call volume. And you may be amused to learn that this council on March the 19th of 2012 said that we should do that. And here we are over 7 years later, still having that discussion. Can you talk about what you think the framework of your crime plan is going to be, where we're going to attack, how we're going to do that, what we're going to be focused on, but also about how we're going to civilianize, what you think that will look like for us, and then also call reduction?
It's absolute. First of all, thank you for all of that. And yeah, everything you said that's important to you is important, and equally as important to all of us. It's a very comprehensive look at building capacity where capacity is lacking, increasing the amount of officers we have because we're short, but increasing the capacity and skill set of the ones who are here, increasing the morale and the motivation of the ones to perform at an optimum level, so that we might have the people, but is everybody performing at an optimum level? Is our technology performing at an optimum level, the technology we have versus what we know we need? Then do we have the people with the skill set to operate the technology? So there's a whole change agent and change process that has to go underway. But it is about increasing capacity through people, through technology, increasing performance through increasing morale and motivation to make sure people have the skill set to perform at a high level and then held accountable to perform at a very high level. And while it is reducing burdens by adding the absolute best technology that we can bring on as fast as we can to reduce those burdens and free up time so we can create more visibility to deter crimes of opportunity. So we can have deterrence and displacement because you have officers who are present but are not just present but engaged, are watchful and are engaged and are doing two things: being proactive, going after people who are causing harm, but being highly engaged with people in a non-enforcement capacity by building relationships. And so it's the relationship building while the enforcement is taking place at the same time all the time. And that's a clear distinction, but that takes a lot of training. And I believe we lack that training, but all of that's underway. But it's also about leveraging the relationships between all of the law enforcement agencies and the non-law enforcement agencies by way of nonprofits and social services that have wraparound services, so that we're a good partner with everybody who's providing the services in the areas of prevention and intervention, like we talked about schools and playgrounds and services for kids, and then rehabilitation for people who are suffering from addictions, reentry. Of course, there's enforcement, and how all that works together. Leveraging relationships with faith-based academics, business community, our nonprofits, and the police department with all of our other law enforcement agencies. Using smart data, intelligence-led policing to not have the fishnet approach, but a very targeted approach for the small subset of individuals who are causing the most harm in a small subset of areas in the city, but not the whole city. And how we, number one, in a proactive way, go after those individuals to make sure we're targeting those individuals without harming the community by being so aggressive that we ruin the relationships that we're trying to build. So it's a lot of training, it's building capacity, it's training, coaching, and motivating, cultivating and developing leaders who really understand that, and then investing in the members of our department. While we invest in members and teach them how to be cops, we have not done a great job of teaching people how to be managers and leaders. And while some of our people have experienced senior and executive level training, for example, our colonel is a graduate of the Police Executive Leadership Institute among the major city chiefs, and now will be scouted among other people to perhaps be a chief himself somewhere in the country. Cherie Briscoe today graduated from the National Police Academy in Quantico, Virginia. I have 2 commanders at Boston University right now, and 4 are underway at the cost of 10 grand apiece to develop them into senior level management and the cultivation and development of leadership to make sure they understand what accountability and transparency really is and how to deliver it, not just to us, but to you. All of that put together all the time at the same time is how we do that.
Thank you. And I will say, Mr. Commissioner, I greatly appreciate the investment of our talent that we have here in the city. That's something that has been lacking for some time. But if they're watching, I want to remind the other cities that they should not be calling for the colonel or the majors that are in Boston. They are not for sale, or for trade for that matter. Commissioner, following up on that question, you know something that guns basically are what's very important to me when you talk about violence in the city. And I often talk about how when we make a simple drug arrest, the colonel's folks often try to flip that person up the chain, right? And from what I see in talking with you, but also from talking with our officers and our other partners in public safety, that seems to be something that we have not made as much progress on when it comes to guns. For example,
you say guns, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had to go back and pull the data from the map off of Facebook because my emails from back then are gone. So just looking at the fire trace data from last year, we traced 632 guns that were within the state of Maryland, but there were 877 of them that had an origin that started from outside the state of Maryland. Of course, most of those are the one states that are closest to us. Pennsylvania had 107, Virginia had 227, but Florida had 40, Georgia had 95, Texas had 25. Can you talk about how you envision us starting to build cases and go after gun traffickers and gun sellers, just like we go after drug dealers in Baltimore and in our region? Because my understanding is that we do a great job of doing that on the drug enforcement level, but from talking even to Special Agent Sakata, it seems that we are not, and we don't have the tools also to do the enforcement on those who are doing these straw purchases, on those who are doing the trafficking the guns onto the streets of Baltimore. And for my money, they're just as responsible as the folks that are out here selling drugs.
They are. That's a great point. That comes down to 2 things: skill and jurisdiction. Authority, skill. 3, authority, skill, and jurisdiction. Most local departments, the local police detective does not have the skill set to investigate crimes that are interstate, that are cross-country crimes. We do not have the authority or jurisdiction to investigate crimes that are interstate or cross-country, across state border lines, or across city, in our case, city lines. However, we do have a number of officers that are dual commission with Baltimore City credentials and ATF federal credentials that are assigned to ATF, that are trained by ATF and are doing that work along with ATF agents. So a number of those cases are being made either by ATF agents and our officers in support of them, or even our officers are doing it, but it's a federal case, and many times we're not privy to those outcomes, and they're not published in press conferences like you might see us do. The work is being done. More of it could be done, but in most cases, and I don't want to create a false expectation, but in most cases, the local office outside of partnering with federal agencies don't have authority, jurisdiction, or even the skill to go beyond state lines or another jurisdiction to trace origins. But when they come in the city, I think we're doing a good job because we're getting a lot of guns. We want to make sure that we strengthen those gun cases, and I compliment the officers all the time for getting gun arrests and getting guns. For every gun we get, that's a potential shooting and or murder that potentially did not happen. Getting them, but we got to make sure we're presenting great cases to our state's attorneys so that they're not watered down and or plea bargained down, and that they make it through the system because there's no fault of ours that they didn't. That's what we want to make sure we work on.
Thank you. And I asked that because we spoke about this before you got here. We know that we're trying to fully implement the CJEC model, and you have the support of the council to make sure that we get that done. That's something that's very important to me,
Yes,
and I
sir.
know it's important to my colleagues. But I also said that to ask a follow-up question about building regional partnerships around things like guns. I think that that's something that we should talk with our neighboring counties about, and their executives, but also their councils and their police departments, because we know that those guns are traveling through those counties.
Absolutely.
To be honest, a lot of them are coming from those counties into the city, and we have to build those partnerships. The last thing I would say is something that we talked about before, but when she was here the other day, I spoke to the state's attorney about the issue that you know that I have. Not you, because you haven't done it, but everyone that has been in your position since I've been in city government has always been in a position where they say, well, we're doing our job, but all the cases are being null pros, or they're being thrown out, or they're being dropped, or they're getting probation before judgment, or whatever. You and I know that we don't yet have the access to the data to see what exactly is going on. The deep dive, how many of those cases are null pros because we kicked it to the feds, or how many were null pros because there was report writing issues, or because the discovery wasn't given. The state's attorney committed publicly to sitting down and trying to work out a way for us to have better data sharing around that, so that we can empower you to do the training and the things necessary for the police officers, her to do the training and things necessary for her attorneys, and then we will also have to loop in the court and the judges. Is that something that you want to do? Because what I don't want to have happen anymore is to have this back and forth about who's on first and whose responsibility it is, when the truth is no one has the data access to know exactly what's going on.
I think that is absolutely necessary and is absolutely welcome and embraced by us, that there's a partnership of data sharing. It's the only way we can know how to self-correct when it's our fault, that we know. And so there are some of the more serious cases, when brought to my attention, I've had the pleasure of calling, and we've had open conversations, and she's given me access to a report of the one I asked for. And I can clearly see what was written in the report. And so I had the answer to my question. But on a global scale, where we all have access, where we can see police, prosecution, courts, I think that is certainly welcomed by this department and embraced, and we're ready for it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Commissioner, we had a pilot program we were working on in a small community in my district. You're actually going to be out there Monday for a crime walk in Otterbein and Sharp Leadenhall. Senator Ferguson and I worked with the sheriff to get an additional deployment to cover the neighborhood. I think we did this for about a 9-month period and demonstrated, I think it was an 85% decrease in crime. And we did this in anticipation of applying for a grant for the Sheriff's Department from GOCAP at the state level. Since that time, that deployment has gone away, and we're still working through the logistics if we're actually going to apply for that grant or not. We didn't last year for a variety of reasons which aren't relevant to the question at hand. Over the past 3 or 4 months, those neighbors in Otterbein have raised $40,000 to basically have a guy in a car with a light and a phone for 4 hours a day, private security, unarmed. I really believe that that's a condemnation of community policing. And I'm interested what in this budget will make that not necessary in the future.
I think as we civilianize and increase recruiting and training, hiring, recruiting, and training, and reduce people leaving, so our attrition is improved, our hiring is improved, our accountability of where people are is improved, and then we can compel people to perform at a high level. I think you'll see, and then the technology that reduces all the burdens, where we can then redeploy more people because there's a less need. The need is diminished because technology kind of is a force multiplier. I think you can see more deployment of police officers as opposed to the need for private security. I had the pleasure of meeting with the sheriff, my chief and I, just last week in a long meeting about how they could supplement the police department. And of course, it was, many of the answers were about manpower shortages on their end as well, and how we can supplement that but there's a cost associated with even them doing it in the after hours. But we did talk about that. And so I think as time progresses and we do a much better job at what we're doing, and we improve in bringing more people on and reducing the amount of people leaving and bringing more people back to health and wellness and improving morale in the department where more people will want to actually be at work as opposed to not being at work, I think, the things we're doing now over time, you're going to see an increase. There won't be a need for people to have to submit to private security doing that. What we actually want are police officers assigned there that are out there engaging with the community, not just sitting in a car with a light on it.
And I know you agree with this, but I'll ask it anyway for the record. I'm certain that you agree that that is entirely unnecessary, what that community is doing now. I mean, we shouldn't have to do that, right? Our police department should be providing the coverage necessary so that folks don't have to privately raise money.
I agree that people pay taxes and deserve police protection. People pay taxes. There's an expectation that when they call police, police will come. People pay for police services. They should not only be safe, but they should feel safe. And I do believe that no one should have to resort to hiring private security. There is the world we live in, and there is the world that ought to be. We do not live in the world that ought to be. This is the world we live in, and the reality is, with what has happened across America with major incidents, one of which has happened here in Baltimore, has created a dynamic of fewer people wanting to be in this profession. And so all of us now are struggling for the fight to get the 2.5% of qualified applicants of the entire country. Wherever we go, only 2.5% of people make it from application to hire, and all of us are struggling to get that to tap into the 2.5%. And in the absence of that, some people will be okay and satisfied with feeling safe. And the feeling of safety over the actuality of safety is what will make them hire private security. But people, communities will do that. Though I believe everybody should have equal access to safety and fair and equitable police services, it is the reality that as the chief, and every chief in America, every sheriff in America will tell you, it is not always fair and equitable because we have to deal with the issues in front of us, and the issues in front of us are not everywhere, they're only in certain places. And so it's not a fair deployment sometimes. That's what makes people have to hire private security. But it's imperative that we work with those communities and work with private security and not be absent and apart from it.
And the reason I raise this is because each of us up here represent communities that unfortunately are not in a position to don't have the means to do that. And for me, that's where it gets to the equity piece.
Yes.
My second question is, I know that the mayor has asked you to devise a plan around squeegee kids that engage in crime in the street. And when I refer to crime, I'm referring to aggressive behavior, assault, slapping the squeegee on cars. And I'd just like a very brief update on, what your plans are to meet the mayor's request on that.
Very, very good. We actually have a plan drafted that is actually under review, because every policy we write has to be reviewed and approved by the
judge,
by the Department of Justice. And Colonel Worley and his team put together a plan that we thought would satisfy some of the issues, but it does provide a lot of warnings before we arrive at an enforcement. But even that is being scrutinized very, very heavily and is not likely to be approved in the way we submitted it. But we're making a plan right now. We're working on an addendum to that on what we can do, because the problem is real time. It's now, and we've done our due diligence and created a plan that we think would give our officers guidance on what to do, how to do it, when to do it, and to whom we should do it. But it is actually under review. So we're trying to make sure that we're not over-policing, but that we're at least responding to when we get calls of violence, and that we're present enough to create some level of deterrence so that won't happen.
And I agree with Ms. Trueheart's comment. We do not want to criminalize squeegee kids.
Well, our plan actually does just that, because it provides a number of warnings before we even get to that.
Right. I don't want to see a scenario, I agree with Ms. Trueheart, where we criminalize squeegee kids. But what I don't want to see is a proliferation of people that are in the public right of way that are assaulting innocent civilians. That is entirely unacceptable, and that behavior needs to stop. And we're relying on the police department to help us with that situation in terms of the immediate threat of an assault. And that doesn't mean criminalizing the kids that are out there. That means that when an assault occurs in the right of way, that the police take it seriously and put police attention and police resources in those locations to ensure that citizens are protected. But I'm glad to hear that you're working on that policy, and I would ask that if a member of your staff could please keep me regularly updated on that.
Yes, and our mandate is when first of all, when that's brought to our attention, that we take swift and immediate enforcement action, because it's not just the squeegee issue, it has become an act of violence, and somebody has been turned into a victim of violence. So that requires enforcement action. Those are the instructions the officers are given. To the extent that we could be present to prevent that is what we're working on, in addition to what you just said. But we'll be happy to make sure we keep you abreast of that in real time.
Appreciate it, Commissioner. Vice Chair Pinkett. Oh, Council President.
Mr. Commissioner, and Mr. Ambrose, this is another request. Commissioner, every year, based on State Bill, I think it's 771, the department is required to provide a report around community policing and community policing statistics. Can you guys provide the report for us as soon? I don't remember exactly when it's due, but as soon as it's due, and also provide the one from last year as well.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
I think my initial question anyway is for Director Centerme. And it kind of dovetails off of a question or comment that Council President made early on in this portion of the hearing, where the 100 positions were created in last budget with the purpose of addressing overtime, but I think so that there would be some savings related to creating those positions. So can you, and I think it was supposed to be like $170,000. We were supposed to save $170,000 in overtime savings per pay period. Can you tell me, is the department, or can someone tell me, is the department on schedule to achieve that target, which would amount in what, $5 million about of savings? Are we, where are we as it relates to that? Because that was the reason those positions were created correctly.
So on the savings that are built into this budget on overtime, what we would need to achieve is on average about $1.6 million or so per pay period of overtime spending, which would add up to around $42 million. This year, we're on track again for about $47 to $48 million. So I think the key from my perspective is we need to be looking at that week-to-week, pay period to pay period. And if you remember from some of the earlier hearings, they actually started fiscal 19 doing pretty well. They were spending 1.5, 1.6 per pay period, and then it escalated again, and then it came down a bit and escalated again. So I just think it needs to be that consistent management and making sure that folks are only deployed on overtime, some of which the commissioner described, making sure that if there's a deployment on overtime that it's approved all the way up the chain of command, that there's a purpose for that deployment, and that we keep track of it. We're not going to, as the commissioner said, we're never going to eliminate overtime completely,
correct.
because we want to use that to staff up at times. But I think it just needs more consistent oversight, frankly, from the department and from the department as a whole.
So I just want to make certain that I'm clear what I'm hearing. The whole purpose was to save $5 million. And are you saying that we're going to spend an additional $5 million over?
No. So the savings is built into the budget is a
Right.
savings of $5 million, and again, it's from the new. It's really based on our analysis of the new schedule. The schedule we were in before was, in a nutshell, just more inefficient. Folks were only working their schedule 4 days a week. Now they're working 5 with 2 days off, then 5 with 3 days off. It's based on all of our analysis, it is more efficient, so it creates more people available for each shift. That gives us the ability, I believe, to be able to deploy more smartly and to not have to use overtime as frequently. So based on our math, it's about $5 million of savings would be available.
But what you're saying is that based upon current projections, we're not going to save $5 million.
We were not there at the end of fiscal 19. I mean, we're nearing the end of fiscal 19. We were not at that $1.6 to $1.7 million per pay period. So we need to consistently hit that. I've walked police department through the assumptions from the schedule analysis so they understand it, because some of it predated them.
So based on your projection, are we going to save anything?
Well, again, we have to be able to deploy only enough to make sure we stay within a budgeted amount per pay period. And again, that analysis is based on the number of vacancies that we typically have and what we have available to spend. And again, it doesn't have to be that amount each and every pay period. There's going to be times where they need to deploy more. There might be times where they can deploy less, but on average, that's what we need to hit roughly to be on track in fiscal 20.
So where was the error? Is the error in the management, or is the error in we miscalculated our estimate of how much we should expect in savings?
So when you say an error, I think it's just a matter of, again, making sure that the department clearly understands what the overtime budget is that they can spend to make sure they're on budget as a whole, for their budget as a whole. I feel, and this is not directed at the new team, but I feel like there was a complete lack of oversight for many years. It's been very frustrating to our office, and I know to council members in the city as a whole. I think some of the things that they have put into place already, some of the things that they've described, is that if there is overtime, that it's clearly authorized beforehand rather than kind of finding out about it when we look at the reports after the fact. So that is a management issue. I feel the work I've seen from this team so far that they are moving in the right direction, but we just have to make sure we have that oversight and monitoring week to week, and that we understand that we're on track.
To add to that, council member, because we were doing a deep dive in this, we were looking at this, and to demonstrate that we were looking at it, what we found was right when this team kind of started, right after that, they moved from the 10-hour shift to the 8-hour shift. Mm-hmm. And it was an assumption that there would be a cost savings. Well, the drafting for overtime, as it's explained, and I understand that the drafting went down because we went from officers working 4 days to 5 days, 10 hours to 8 hours. But the drafting was in 4-hour increments. But still, with a manpower shortage, when they were offering overtime, and as I said earlier, we were finding out about it 2 weeks after the fact, because there are no permissions asked and or granted. Mm-hmm. What we found is that when they were volunteering for it, they volunteered for 8-hour increments. And so while in theory, it looked like we were saving because we went from a 10-hour shift 4 days a week to an 8-hour shift 5 days a week, the drafting was in 4-hour increments, but when there was still a manpower shortage to fill the number of posts, when officers volunteered, they volunteered for an entire 8 hours because they weren't working 10-hour shifts. With 4 hours, they were working 8-hour shifts plus another 8. So to some degree, it went up, but we caught that. Mm-hmm. But don't forget, we weren't catching it until 2 weeks after the fact. And it took a minute, but we did catch it. Now we're working to implement, the first level was to limit the amount of hours an officer could work in a week. Then to make sure that to the extent that we weren't compromising cases, there was I think the rule is a 7-hour break of rest between having to report to another shift. So it's a, what, 17-hour day at most. Then the next iteration is to implement a level of permissions, so where an officer has to ask for it, it be tracked by the immediate officer supervisor, and then if it's granted, we know where the officer is going to work, and then there has to be outcome measures. What is the overtime for? How do we measure it? Are the commanders accomplishing the crime reduction and or the shortage that we want? Are they deploying it in the right way? And so we're implementing through our CompStat model the metrics of accountability to know if we give the overtime, it's not just to earn extra money, but it's mission and mission based, and the mission is to fill vacancies so that we can deploy correctly to prevent crime.
Got you.
With outcomes that we talk about in CompStat every week now.
Okay. I think my second question, I think this is for Mr. Senemy as well. I think it was mentioned that there are currently 200 vacancies. What's the I guess the dollar amount? What's the figure on that 200 vacancies? Is there approximately?
So it's about 100,000, I think, fully loaded with salary plus benefits is what we use as a rough rule of thumb.
So what?
Yeah, for one officer.
So how much is that total
So
for the 200?
20 million.
Huh?
20 million.
20 million. So clearly, I think during the course of the night, you probably heard from each council person that at some point we want to see, and this has nothing to do with Commissioner Harrison and his team, but we want to see our city start making some reductions in the budget as it relates to the police department. And it seems foolish, no matter the level of integrity, the level of accountability that Commissioner Harrison has, to expect the police department to make these cuts themselves. That's not ever going to happen. That's not going to happen with any agency that comes before us. So I guess my question is kind of like two things. What is the budget department doing as a strategy to cause some reductions in the police department as it relates to their budget? And then two, is it crazy to think that there could be a scenario where this $20 million can be set aside and that the police department would have to make justification to draw from that, and then whatever's left over becomes our savings to go towards other activities, and we do that on a continuing year to year? Is that crazy?
No. So the way budget works for the police department, and really any of the larger agencies, is that they have a staffing level, position level that we feel, and again, the staffing study might show us something different, service by service or bureau by bureau, but the staffing level represents what we should be when we're at full staffing. We're never going to be completely fully filled, but we want to make progress and have more positions filled. So the more that we do fill up to that level, the more it reduces overtime. What we've seen traditionally is that because we have a large number of vacant positions, we have a certain amount of salary savings, but then that's offset because they overspend their line item overtime budget. But the net of those things, traditionally, going back nearly a decade, was essentially balancing each other out. And then over time, we got to a point where the overtime savings were offset, the overtime deficit was more than the savings from those vacant positions. So I look at it as a net. I look at their budget as a whole, and especially salaries, including overtime, as kind of one unit together. So, the expectation, what we can do to assist, what we try to do to assist, is to make sure they understand what they can spend per pay period on overtime to make sure that they're still going to come in within budget, and make sure that we track it, understand it, and again, like the commissioner said, to deploy only when we really need to deploy, and then it's mission driven.
No, and I don't disagree with what you're saying, but I mean, wouldn't it? And I'm not, clearly I'm not the budget director, but I mean, make the overtime really what overtime is, and then if there's additional, make it really supplemental, meaning that that 20 million is really something that the police department has to justify being able to draw down from. Because I'm just saying, at some point, if we don't start putting restrictions in, if we don't start a plan to minimize the expenditure, it will never happen. And I just don't see us, and this has nothing to do with the resources that the police department needs. I'm not challenging that. I'm just saying that as a city, at some point we've got to start, even if it's incrementally, we got to start reducing this particular activity or setting strong constraints on what the expenditures are going to be, because right now it just seems as though the ask and then you go further, ask and then you go further, and that line keeps getting pushed further and further. So I don't even think we have a good idea what the real police budget is. I mean, what dollar amount do we really need to provide law enforcement in this city? Because I think we've pushed the line so far that we don't even know what a true budget is for Baltimore.
Yeah, so I can tell you that just from my perspective, our office has a lot of control over the planning of the budget. We have a lot of control over the management of non-personnel costs. But in terms of deployment, they're not checking with us when they deploy. That's up to the department to make sure that they deploy people and hours of overtime, either in patrol or in investigations as they see fit. So my role, given that situation, is to set a standard for what I think we need to, what's the maximum we can spend on average per pay period, watch that very closely, and then again report back to, to the mayor and his team and to the commissioner and to his team, of course, about what the trends are and what we see, and to make sure that gets addressed. But ultimately, the department has to be able to deploy within their budget, and a lot of those decisions get made, at the command level or at the district level. And I think it's just making sure that culture of accountability is filtered down to those folks on the front lines. I don't approve. Nobody asks me to spend overtime on a day-by-day basis. I see it and watch it, but then I can set guidance on, I think, where we are and how we can get back on track. And if you remember, when we looked at those, when we did those oversight hearings, the first couple months we were kind of nodding our heads that it looked good, and right when we got into the second quarter, we said this is not trending in a good direction and we're not on track. So that's the role that I can play.
And so I'm not going to beat a dead horse, and I think that, and I haven't had a chance to really, take a look at New Orleans to this depth, but I think Commissioner Harrison probably would agree if he came continually asking for the level of supplementals that we've become accustomed to, he wouldn't have been the commissioner in New Orleans very long. I mean, they're going crazy over just going over the budget this year. Like, what are y'all doing that you got to operate with?
I'm not the chief there this year.
I know you're not. I know you're not. But I'm just saying, I can't remember. Maybe it's 13 million, and their town is going crazy over the fact that their police department is not living within their means, not living within their budget. And we just take it like, oh, you just need another 10, you just need another 20, go ahead. I mean, at some point, we're going to have to make all of the agencies, including the police department, live within the budget that we set, or it's really, no, we're not going to, all right, or it's really not a budget. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, I could, just to follow up on that, again, that's a culture that has to be built in City Hall. It's a collective effort. I feel like we try to be as honest as possible about what the issues are. I think you've heard a couple of agencies come in here and talk about how they need more resources when we clearly say we've got to think of different, more efficient ways to deliver service. And again, I think from what I've seen so far with these
folks, can you please let him speak?
Yeah. So I think what I've seen, the mindset of this new team has me optimistic, but I've been around for a while, so I'll wait until I see the results. But I am optimistic that they are thinking the right way in terms of the accountability and the mission-driven deployment of resources in this department. And again, from our perspective, we provide, as much guidance as we can. I don't defer, completely to the agencies. I feel like it's my role to stick my nose in and make suggestions on where we can be more efficient. And our analysts and our team definitely plays that role, both with the agencies and with the mayor and with this body, and we'll continue to do that.
Thank you. Councilman Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To shift gears a little bit on topic, in the budget book, it talks about training and education. And in there, and I know you spoke to this before about a need to elevate the training academy. In here, it says that only 54% of the graduates finished with a grade of 85% or higher. One, how is that grade? Like, what do you mean by grades? What are they graded on? And two, beyond bringing in a different trainer, what are we going to do? What is the plan to elevate that graduation rate to a level that is significantly more acceptable with officers passing at a high level?
Let me ask my captain to come to answer the first part. So right now we put out a competitive search for members of our department, lieutenants or above, who are interested in being the commander of the command at the academy at the rank of major to apply. It's a competitive process. We created an entire job description of the duties of a commander and posted that with all the criteria that is required. For this one, a bachelor's degree is required. But at the same time, we're in the process of hiring an academic director. A PhD is the requirement for that, to take care of all the academic while the commander handles the day-to-day command and control. And so it is about the understanding of the adult learning models and delivery models and how people learn and how adults learn, how to use scenario-based training and role-play training and sequential training, how one course builds upon the next course. And so both the commander and the academy director, although the academy director will report to the commander, the academy director will be responsible for all lesson plan development and lesson plan delivery and the actual teaching delivery. And so all of the academic stuff will be by this new person who will have the rank of a PhD in higher education. The major who will be selected will be whoever wins this competitive process. The consent decree monitor has oversight in the way we're going to be making this selection, and it's blind to me, so I won't even know how they're going about doing that, but until they make recommendations to me, that is. And that person has an entire brand new job description that we just unveiled, looking at Los Angeles and looking at the best police academies in the country in creating that job description with regard to what are they being tested on and what's the scoring criteria for pass or fail, or what constitutes failing, I believe, and above, how they're being measured. I'll let the captain answer that.
Good evening, Councilman. Yes, the trainees are graded on a number of different areas while they go through interest level training. It results from firearms to driving to law, defense tactics, and it's a cumulative score that we average out at the end of their training to determine their overall passing average. Keep in mind, with the Maryland Police Training Commission standards, they are mandated to pass at least at 70% of any of their mandated courses that they are required to go through the entry-level training.
And is there pressure to push officers through the academy for the sake of filling the ranks?
Not under my watch. Not under my watch, sir.
I just want to be sure, because we're seeing both influxes in recruitment and larger class sizes, but based on the last fiscal year, very few officers, slightly above 50%, are at 85% of above, which is the metric that the department selected as, I would imagine, being satisfactory. While that's higher than what the state, I guess, guidelines say that they need to be, your metric is 85%, almost just over half are getting there. So again, it feels, based on what we're seeing in some of these other places, we do to fill positions, to fill patrol, I get the other side of it. We're in these hearings every single month looking at the recruitment numbers, retention numbers. My hope is that we don't sacrifice the quality of officer coming out and with trying to reach a benchmark to get somebody in a vehicle, because that has very significant outcomes on their ability to do their job effectively and get the outcomes that I think we're all looking for.
All of us on this team agree with you 100%. That is why there is a search underway to bring an academic advisor, so that the reliance of creating scoring matrices is not left to us, and the reliance of teaching capacity is not left for us to determine, and the relying on student learning ability and how to deliver lesson plans and actual methodology of teaching to different people who learn in different ways is not left to us. The command and control will be left to us. That's exactly why we're doing this. It is a national best practice. A number of cities have done it. Los Angeles to be one of the ones who in New York to have kicked it off well over 20 years ago. We did it in New Orleans, but I thought it would be essential to do that here so that so that we don't sacrifice quality over quantity. But by the same token, that's exactly why we restructured and advertised for a new commander position in recruitment, to make sure we have a person who has both will and capacity to manage, supervise, and lead. But there's a level of integrity there, but there's also consent decree oversight, auditing people that we hire and our applicants and the process by which we hire them, and there's oversight and auditing by the monitors in the DOJ on academy lessons and grading. And so going forward with the new structure, we feel confident that we'll be able to, have integrity there, and it won't be perfect, but we'll make sure that certainly we're not just bringing in what's acceptable rather than what we want, which are the best candidates.
And are the audits, when are the audits slated to be completed, and are they going to be publicly available?
I don't know when they're going to be completed or even done. What I can tell you is that there's a consent decree monitor assigned to all academy issues, and is at the table and is part of every policy we make, is a part of all the lesson plans, it is a part of the master training plan and the delivery and the reshape of the academy. And so there is a former chief of police who's a subject matter expert that's on the monitoring team. Only duty is the police academy. And so there is a level of expertise being given to us there, and there's expertise that's being offered that we're accepting, in addition to hiring someone at the PhD level to be like a dean of our police academy. Places like University of Maryland, University of Baltimore are also offering their services because they have similar programs and are offering their services to help us with like lesson plans and delivery and teaching.
Last question I had, because a lot of what I wanted to talk about has been covered by questions from my colleagues. I don't have the service number here, but I guess it's the patrol. It says the goal or target for patrol officers to spend their time in proactive policing is at 30%. Can you define what proactive policing means and why that target is so low? Of course, I understand call volume, but I guess further clarification of how that's defined would be helpful for me to understand why a target of 30% would be considered success.
I'm almost a little confused about the question, but I think the way I can answer it, there's a goal, a national best practice goal, to have every officer that's in some patrol capacity answering calls for service. So there's officers who have committed time, and there are officers who have what's called uncommitted time, uncommitted patrol time. Uncommitted patrol time would be like DAT officers who are responsible for crime suppression plans, who are not responsible for answering call for service. The officers who are answering call for service are what's called committed time, or what we here call patrol. For patrol officers who have committed time, the goal is 20 minutes on the hour. 40 minutes of patrol and answering calls, 20 minutes of free time on every hour.
Well, no, I'm not asking for, so the metric says proactive policing, 30% of their time spent on proactive policing.
So what we want is, in that free time, whether it's within an hour or whether it's within a whole shift, for some level of community engagement and for some level of crime deterrence patrol, to deter crime, or proactive policing, or policing to make sure we're deterring and displacing crime, and when we see observations of violations, take the appropriate action, and if it's whatever the enforcement is, whether it's a ticket, a citation, or an arrest, take the appropriate action. That constitutes proactive policing. But proactive policing can just be community engagement as well, being proactive about your engagement. Get out the car, go initiate contact and walk, meet the people in the neighborhood. But that requires a lot of free time to do that, because in the absence of that, we're not answering any other calls, which puts the burden on the other officers. Then response times are affected. So it requires us to build the kind of strategy that allows us to do that, build that type of metric and that type of free time without compromising response time. So while we're doing high-level community engagement or high-level proactivity, if someone has a 911 and the goal is, let's just say hypothetically 8 minutes, we still make it there in 8 minutes or less.
Okay, so I guess the follow-up I would have to that is how is that tracked by a supervisor? That 20 minutes on the hour is being met. Yeah.
Right now, it's being built because it takes the staffing study to kind of get us to the right number. Because the goals of the staffing study is to tell us what's needed in the district to accomplish our goals. Response time goal, free time goal, whether it's community policing and/or proactive, and how do we separate out the number of detectives we need for the cases that are coming in, so they all have the appropriate caseload. That's in the process of being assessed and being built. But right now, for community policing, that is being tracked because under the chief's office, we now have specialty codes in the computer aid dispatch where an officer has to actually call out to the dispatcher when they're getting out, walking in a block, because every officer on the platoon is required to do it every day. And so they have to call it out. There's a specialty code that gets tracked in the CAD system and where they are and how long they're doing it. And so anything they come into contact with, so if they enter a business, they have to call that out. If they're on a foot patrol, call it out, whether it's in the school or a playground. And so all of those things have specialty codes that we can track that they report out on every week in CompStat.
And I guess final question in that arena, how much, so I know that in New Orleans, much of that community policing was literally mapped out and tracked. Is that your intention to bring that level of accountability and transparency here to Baltimore City? And I say that because I've seen it, my colleagues have seen it, where officers, I mean, everyone gets a break, obviously, but are supposed to be doing this community engagement and aren't. And then we've talked about that in hearings. It's not all of them, but I've seen some ones that are pretty good at it. I've also seen some that aren't. What's the timeline for that level of detail to be publicly available?
So I think that is underway right now, and I think we can track that right now. We could produce to you right now how many people are doing it and how long each person does it, because we can produce the data that shows us that they called it out. What we're working on right now in the accountability part is when we ask them about it, how is it translating to your deployment strategy, and how is it translating to the projected outcomes like crime reduction and citizen satisfaction. And so when they have the neighborhood meeting or the CRC meetings or the different neighborhood association meetings, are people seeing the officers? What are the officers, are the people saying that the officers are actually engaging? Or are they just taking a stroll and ignoring everybody? So we want to measure the outputs, but we want to measure the outcomes also. Are they putting the officers in the appropriate areas that are affected by crime, which would be the right areas, or are they just putting them anywhere? And so right now, we're working to build and making that assessment to build the capacity to know that, so we can hold them accountable. So if there's crime, are the deployments for community policing the appropriate deployments? And even if they are the officers doing the right things that should equate to increased satisfaction and decreases in crime?
So last thing on this surveying.
This is the same.
Sure, same topic. The satisfaction, how do you plan to track that? Are there going to be citizen surveys?
The consent decree monitoring team, I believe, has one either underway or closely underway this year. They're required to do one. I want to do one as a department so we can get a baseline at the beginning of our administration. I would probably partner with universities and academics to get one underway. That's what we did in New Orleans. That's one of the best ways to get that done. But I know the consent decree monitoring team is required to do one, and they are preparing to do one as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
So again, the metric that stands out to me is the $7 million that we're spending collectively on youth trauma prevention and substance use disorder. I bring that back because I'm looking at item 627, which is emergency communications, and I'm seeing last year we spent over 7 million. This year we're spending over 14 million. So that jump is almost $7 million. So why are we almost doubling our emergency communications budget?
Yeah,
So if you'll, in the budget book, there's, again, there's a change table that shows the difference from year to year, what's service impact and what's not. This is where we have budgeted $5 million, which is a start to replace police radios, and that's only the first installment.
Okay. So $5 million for police radios?
The first installment.
Okay. So
this represents a line item in the budget that is a discrete cost that is largely in what has seen the increase overall in the budget. Many of the other changes that you've seen in the budget offset one another. There's two main things that make the difference.
Eric, I'm going to interrupt you. Councilman, we held a hearing on the radios with the supplementary appropriation. Am I not mistaken? We held a hearing. You voted on this. We're gonna have to move on to the next question. Thank you, Eric.
okay.
Councilman Cohen, I mean, we already held, hang on, we already held the hearing on that.
Yeah, again, I just want to know why the budget line item almost doubled. I get the $5 million for the radios, but it's a pretty substantial increase.
Okay, Eric, can you please answer that?
So one of the things we need to be able to do for making sure that our radio system is up to date, along with, like fire has already done this investment. This is another example of an IT investment that has been long since neglected. And so what we've done is establish a multi-year program to be able to restore our radios to the new standard that we need in order to be able to have the connectivity and continuity of operations across all the other law enforcement agencies who've already moved to those radio systems. We're one of the last ones in this region to catch up. It does represent a $5 million increase that is allocated to this particular category because, again, it relates to that connectivity of officers who have to relay to dispatch, relay to each other, relay to other law enforcement. The full investment is a multi-year investment that I believe spans 3 years and over $15 to $17 million. So this is the first installment of that. We are going to be able to have full capability because of the way of the financing that we're working on with this agreement. But again, that's the discrete change from last year. That $5 million didn't exist last year, and it had to be allocated for us to have that continuity. Frankly, our radios are failing. And again, I'm going to defer to Chief Worley about kind of some of the challenges that are happening out on the street. But we are literally finding the old radio systems from other jurisdictions who have already moved on to the current models that we're trying to move as well. But we're borrowing the older versions from other law enforcement jurisdictions to be able to just maintain our level of operations. We have to invest in this for us to be able to maintain any kind of communications and continuity.
And then the other nearly $2 million increase?
Sorry.
So
there were some personnel movements, again, people who were reflected in patrol in the 19 budget that are actually part of the communications shop. Again, that's representative of some of the changes that have been made across the department. So the $2 million of personnel you see is a movement that is related to that.
So again, these were the numbers,
20 personnel, yeah.
the patrol sort of numbers that have
That was part, this was impacted on that as well, yes.
Okay. Just, again, seems like a steep increase. Understand the need for the technology upgrades, but again, to see that we're spending that much on this type of technology.
Well, what has to happen is the radios become obsolete at the end of this year. They actually stop making the radio and making the parts to replace it. Yeah. So after this year, we're going to have to rely on our stock of parts to fix the radios until everybody has a brand new radio.
And just to just to clarify, this particular service is the entire 911 center for police as well. So it's how we are able to accept 911 calls from the public and be able to adequately staff that center with roughly 75 dispatchers along with additional personnel with supervisors. And so, part of why we're trying to make sure this is the most efficient is we're looking at ways that we can reduce the call volume itself in the city. and again, make this service delivery more effective. But that's something we're committed to looking at, again, every section of this budget to be able to fully understand how our resources are being allocated and be transparent about it with you.
It's also the consoles and communications had to be replaced. And the fire department already has the radios. We're actually moving because we can't use them, basically. We can't get parts after this year, the end of this year.
Do we anticipate that that number can actually at some point go down? Because again, we're trying to encourage folks to use an online system. We're trying to encourage folks to not constantly call 911 for things that are actually 311s, which are not crimes. So again, when the trend line is going instead of like this, and understanding the need for the technology upgrade, still, the amount of money that is being spent on each of these individual line items. I talked before about crowd control. Now we're talking about what seems like something that should be, given where technology is headed, actually trending in the other direction. Can we anticipate if we're able to, again, push folks away from calling 911 for issues that are non-police and into using an online system, why isn't it going to start going down?
The police radio will always be a tool for a police officer, much like a firearm, much like an ink pen. And when an officer is out, so calls can come in through the computer that's in the car, but for the officer that's on foot, has to be dispatched by a dispatcher and has to be able to communicate to either the dispatcher or the other police officers. And in the case of an emergency, police departments and chiefs around the country are trying to figure out how we move to cellular devices as opposed to police radios, but how to do that in the fraction of a second. Can you draw the phone and in a fraction of a second be talking? As opposed to, you don't even have to take it off your hip, but just push the button and our location and what we need is dispatched to everybody. So I don't think technology is there yet. Some companies will tell you that it is, but we as chiefs don't believe it's there yet to move away from the police radio. And the radios just constitutes a one radio for each sworn member of the department, plus a number in reserve for when radios break and when one officer falls in a lake and then the radio doesn't work because it's submerged in water, and just for a number of spares. But it's really a one-for-one for the amount of sworn personnel we have.
So once again, I would just say that if we can encourage folks to divert and not call 911 for non-police issues, which I see actually quite a bit of in the communities that I represent, and always try to encourage folks to use the 311 system and to not tie up your personnel, because then we hear a lot of complaints as well about response time and officers not showing up when we know often those lines are jammed up. I would just expect at some point to see the trend line go in the other direction.
Well, but
I get that you have to modernize the radios.
Every police officer will always have to have a police radio, always.
I'm not arguing the radios.
The price might go down when technology is advanced enough, and I don't know how that market works. That's not my area of expertise. But, police radio, every police officer will always have to have a police radio. So once we buy the new radios, the cost for the maintenance will probably go down. But right now, they don't even sell the parts that we need. We're salvaging parts from old radios. So, but we have to have one radio per officer plus a number of spares. I don't know that number goes down, but the maintenance to the system with a new system goes down because you have a new system. But police will always have to, and in 10 years from now, when the evolution of technology is again upon us, we'll be buying a radio for every member of the police department. That's always until technology catches up and there's something where a button you can push and talk, even in a crowd that's really noisy, that's the main mode of communication even with reduction in calls. If you cut all the calls in half, the other half of the calls still have to come across the radio.
My understanding, though, is that additional $2 million is for more folks in the call center.
So one of the things we can do that we were planning on looking at is a consolidation of our 911 resources across both fire and police. That is something we did in New Orleans, and that was able to create economies of scale when it came to cross-training of personnel and determining what our overall need is. Right now, we have 2 separate departments that are handling this. If we looked at a consolidated department, and that's something we have been in discussions when I spoke with the mayor's chief of staff on, that we are interested in exploring the viability of that. So that is one piece. The other piece is, and one of the things we are looking at that we did in New Orleans, is a comprehensive false alarm reduction program, right? So when we talk about the number of personnel in the 911 center, we're trying to map against the volume of calls. And we've only seen the volumes of calls go up every year, and that includes not just police, but also EMS and fire. So when we look at ways to reduce that call volume, specifically with the number of false alarms, with ways that we can help change the behavior of those alarm owners, those alarm companies, these are all things that we can look at and work in partnership with the city council to determine how we can reduce that volume. That goes back to burden reduction. That goes back to staffing analysis to determine whether or not we have the appropriate number of personnel in that dispatch center that actually can cover what the call volume looks like. So those are things we are committed to looking at, and we appreciate, again, your attention to that, because we need support in making sure we are able to educate folks on the need for reducing false alarms. Because when we come forward with these kinds of reforms, we're going to need support from this body to be able to, educate the citizenry on those constant calls that our folks are treating like emergency calls for service, and being able to dispatch to those calls. So those are things we can look at to be able to try to identify the best use of these funds.
I think I understand you a little bit more clearly. To the extent that citizens would stop calling as much, there could be a need for fewer people in the 911 center. I think that's where you were going. Mm-hmm. But right now, we're inundated with human response requirements. And so there's a need for the people to be there to take those calls, so that there's a goal met for how fast a call gets answered by an operator, how fast it gets dispatched by dispatcher, and then how fast we can get there. But all that, that's the evolution of technology, but also a burden reduction in, if we could reduce the number of calls that come in, because there are a number of calls that are required to be responded to by police, then perhaps there could be a different number. That could be a different number.
I think that consolidation would be important, and I hope you do look seriously at that, because again, to see dollars going up and response time still not great in a lot of cases is troubling.
Councilman, and we also we're in the process of bringing a consultant on board in light of the changes to the funding formula for 911 to talk about these consolidation issues, and also the interplay between 911, dispatch, and 311 to make sure we're fully staffed on all those areas.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I don't know if the commissioner is aware of this, but Baltimore police have spent the last generation deliberately, as a policy, training community members to call 911 if there is the slightest possibility that anything bad is happening, and specifically saying, don't worry that it might not be anything, let us figure that out.
That's a paradigm shift that has to happen.
So the policy, specifically your 4 predecessors since I've been here, the policy has been, if you believe that you or your property or someone else's person or property is in jeopardy and you want to see a police officer, call 911. And I think it's, and this is something we worked, and this is something we worked with the previous mayoral administration on about, and Jim, I think you were in some of those meetings, about getting out communication to the community. And commissioners, is something we've talked about before you got here, the poor communication from the department and how we maximize our communication channels to get that information out. For example, put a flyer in a water bill. So all our different social media channels, doing a spot with each of the 4 TV channels, which are eagerly awaiting you outside council chambers, by the way. There's a million different things that we could do to get that word out, but we need, I think the council really needs some direction from you as to what the policy is, putting that in layman's terms so we can, as I often say to my good friend and colleague, Councilman Henry, so we can put it in 10 words or less and get that information out there to the community and help reiterate and pound that message that you're putting out there.
And to put a fine point on that, my major tells a story about getting a call for a woman who couldn't get her child to eat his cereal, and how an officer was dispatched and sent and all the rest. And so, you know, I do think there are some cultural shifts that need to take place. And I think folks on this council will gladly champion that shift. But I would hope to see both improvement in response time and ultimately savings.
Absolutely. I think we all agree with that. And yes, that's going to require a major socialization internally and externally, and a great communication strategy to socialize that. We're up for it because there has to be a shift. We're asked to be all things to all people, and by doing that, we're not even being good at the thing we're supposed to be good at.
And we actually have already started that. The telephone reporting unit takes about 10 to 20% of the calls that come in to the 911 center. We have a whole shift of people that basically look at the CAD as it comes up there, and they pick the calls that they could possibly take. And they'll call and they'll take the larceny from autos over the phone. But if a person says, I want to see an officer, we have to dispatch an officer.
Got it. So we all recognize this is a priority. Everyone's on the same page. We understand there are significant cost savings associated with this. We have a new police commissioner in administration at BPD. We have a new mayor in administration in the mayor's office. We've all got to get on the same page to push that out. So we're relying on BPD to put together that messaging, what that is. And then, Jeff, we're going to rely on you to deliver the message to Mayor Young's administration that we need all hands on deck to get this out, because this chips away at one of, if not the biggest issue that's been in front of the council for the last 2 years, which is police overtime spending. I don't see anyone disagreeing that there's been a bigger issue we've dealt with in hearings, or a more contentious issue, or that we've spent more time on hearings about police overtime than I would ever like to recount in my life. And we're going to keep doing that until we get a handle on the situation. We'll partner with you on that, but we need that message delivered to senior staff in the mayor's office on Monday, so we get all the resources pushing this out. That everyone's on board with that?
We are.
Outstanding. Councilman Henry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Going back to Service 621, Administration and Information Technology, can you run through what kind of contractual services are covered in the $32,760,000 worth of contractual services that we're budgeting for this year?
We can.
Well, first of all, I must say that I was not prepared for this question, if I say so myself, but contractual services under the administration would possibly be anything contractually that will have to deal with our administration units, as far as it could be our body-worn cameras. It also could be our contractors that are helping us with our development strategies, as far as compliance, as far as the DOJ compliance units. So again, if you want detailed information, I would be so happy to get that to you on Monday morning.
Could you give me a rough sense? For example, the DOJ compliance as an activity is $5.6 million. Is that mostly consultants, or is that mostly full-time hires so that that wouldn't be contractual?
I could not say honestly that it would be all of the contract service specialists, because I would say that if I really had put this budget together, starting from scratch, as we've already mentioned, I would have spread the contract services specialists with the units they are actually working in. So again, we've already said it before, this budget needs to be scrubbed. We need to look at it thoroughly.
Excuse me, ma'am, Councilman, I don't think we have an answer to that. Do we want to put that in as a documentation request?
I think we would like to put that in as a documentation request for next week.
Yes, sir.
Sure.
Thank you.
Jeff, you got that
Councilman,
one?
We can actually show it to you after the hearings. We can show you the detail. We have a spreadsheet to pull it up
okay,
here.
that's great. If I can see that spreadsheet, then we don't have to make that your request.
So that's just a request to BMR for the spreadsheet? Perfect.
And then the second question was a little bit more conceptual, which is what exactly is covered by asset management such that it made a pretty dramatic jump from $830,000 a year in 18 to 3.6 million last year, and then another good jump to 4.7 million this year.
That might be something I have to get to you that I don't have in front of me at the moment.
Okay, I mean, like, what is what assets are being managed?
Councilman, how are you?
Hi, Jim. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Asset management generally covers any tangible objects that the agency owns, if you will, outside of capital buildings, which are the buildings, the capital infrastructure, which DGS owns.
So
that
cars?
That includes the fleet.
Okay,
so the cars.
there we go.
Yes,
all right,
exactly.
All right. So I was asking because like DGS calls it fleet management, and so asset management is deliberately broader because there may be other stuff.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. And then I think my last question is about Service 634, Crowd, Traffic, and Special Events Management. The description for this says, this service enforces motor vehicle laws, provides traffic and crowd control during events, manages the coordination of special events within the city, and investigates all departmental vehicle accidents and other accidents that result in life-threatening injuries or death. But then there are 44 officers assigned to that, which sounds like a lot to investigate all departmental vehicle accidents, and other accidents that result in life-threatening injuries or death. Why wouldn't those be investigated by the homicide division?
The reason those officers are trained specifically to reconstruct accidents, so they will be better equipped to investigate any kind of fatal accidents.
All 44 of them?
No, there's not 44 of them. There are officers in special events. There's officers that are, I'm not sure exactly what it all entails, but there's about 12 officers in accident investigation unit.
Okay, so it sounds like there's a bunch of officers in here that are in here for traffic and crowd control during events. Why are those sworn officers? I mean, we have a traffic control division of transportation that I thought was exactly because we didn't want to spend sworn police officers doing traffic control. So why do we still have a couple dozen officers doing that?
We do use the traffic control officers, but they're still needed. There are still law enforcement officers that are needed out there.
I also believe, and I would need to double check this, but the traffic control officers they're covered by another bargaining organization, and their agreement disallows them from working anywhere outside of downtown. I need to check on that. That's something that I've heard, but I believe
They're another bargaining unit? Yes. Separate from FOP?
I'm talking about the DOT. I'm talking about the
Oh, no,
DOT
no, no, no,
folks.
no, no.
Yeah. So my point is that would explain why this is necessary for outside of downtown.
These aren't the DOT officers.
Correct.
Oh, you're saying that we can't use the DOT people
Outside, exactly.
outside?
Yeah, exactly.
Huh. Okay. So let's just say hypothetically that we were going to go to DOT and fix that, because that's galactically stupid, and instead let these officers go back to actually being patrol. If we did that, could we cut the allocation for some of these officers from 634 and pay for them with some of the vacant slots in patrol?
I think anywhere where there's not some type of law or some type of contractual issue that mandates that we use a specific officer with a specific certification to accomplish a task. For example, the accident reconstruction school is like a 10-week school that really gives those officers the skill set to be able to do accident reconstruction that's very separate from homicide investigations. Anytime there's no certification required or no law on some contractual agreement, we're absolutely open. That's what we're doing now, making the assessments to find out where people are and how we can best utilize them and be smart about where they are and move everybody back to where we really need them. The answer to that is to the extent that we can, yes.
I'm going to try to say this with a straight face, but at the risk of micromanaging, are there so many deaths by vehicle accident that it would not be worth cross-training our homicide detectives by sending them to that training?
But I think it's hit and runs, it is DWIs, it is fatalities. All have a specific skill set that are traffic related and not.
Okay.
And it's a totally different discipline.
I'm trying to stay on this side of the, okay, all right.
And another thing, Cap, they basically do all accidents. Any officer that gets in an accident, they reconstruct it to see fault and prevention. And then also we have their motors unit does escorts. So when dignitaries come in or funerals, you'll see the escorts being done by our motors unit. So that's some of the other officers that are under that umbrella.
So that's actually a good reminder of the commissioner's words of wisdom a little bit earlier in this hearing, which is there's the world that we live in and the world that ought to be. And one of the things I will leave you with is the world in which we have a mounted unit for crowd control and the world in which we have separate officers to provide motorcade duty might be the world that ought to be and not the world we live in. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Commissioner, I know Mr. Gillis will know, just a quick follow-up on that. One of the other things involving special events that has pained this council is the stadiums and the amount of officers and the fact that we are paying for it and not billion-dollar sports teams. Just want to make sure that we are still staying on top of that and making sure that they are paying their fair share. Like I say, oftentimes I think it's ridiculous that there are 2 NFL stadiums in Maryland, one of which when any police officer outside in Prince George's County is paid for by the football team, the other in which the taxpayers has to pay for. And the irony of it for me is that the one in Prince George's County, the owner actually owns the stadium, and in this case, the team is actually a tenant of the state, and they're making the state's agency pay for their own security. So I think that please make sure that you stay on top of that, because I think that we have to.
Great point, but I think somebody asked it, and I don't know who. So somebody asked it earlier, and my response was, there's a party to the conversation that's not in the room. That's what I was referring to.
Yes, sir.
That's what I was referring to. There are plans to put that party and me together to discuss how we move forward toward this goal
Yes,
in
sir.
the next couple of weeks.
Thank you. I have one last little question segment, but I also wanted to request that in reference to the work around squeegee kids, the mayor has just instituted Office of Children and Family Success and asked that you please partner with those folks as you guys work on that issue.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Amoros, I know you will take care of that. I want to talk about internal affairs investigations really quickly. First and most important to me, we were told right before you got here that there were a total of 9 investigations. Well, we know that has grown now, but at that point there was 9 investigations total. 7 were open in that time in reference to the VSIS GGTF case. I don't want any specifics, obviously, but just wanted to see where we are in the process of going through and doing the department's track down of those kind of investigations, because we have to, any and everybody that was connected to doing illegal activity with either VSIS or the later entity that was known as GGTF, we have to get rid of all of them. Not some, not many, but all of them have to go in order for us to build a police department which both the officers and the citizens of Baltimore can respect.
I think what I remember is when I first came, I met with, in my early days, the head of the FBI and the U.S. Attorney's Office, who talked to me about all of the criminal cases have been disposed of. When it comes to the internal affairs, the cases surrounding the individuals of the criminal cases were disposed of. And so I have to get you the answer about, are there any cases outside of the people who've already been prosecuted and convicted that still remain?
Yeah, there were a couple more that have come since then.
I will get that to you and talk
yes,
offline.
sir.
Get that to you, absolutely.
And because I know this is important to you as former Internal Affairs Commander, can you talk about how many Internal Affairs investigators were conducted last year, and also what was the average caseload per investigator?
Council President, excuse me, I do not have the average caseload data in front of me, but the number of internal affairs cases investigated last year for 2018, there were 730 cases involving misconduct allegations, 131 sustained internal affairs cases. Excuse me, here's the total, 659 both internal and external with regard to complaints and investigations. There's failure to appear cases. That's another category. Are you interested in those?
Yes.
Okay. The total for open court failure to appear cases was 99. Not sustained FTA cases was 12. Sustained FTA cases was 20.
Say again.
20. There's a category for service.
So how many are still open?
I do not have that data in front of me. I'll get it for you.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Okay, I'll follow up with the other questions. Thank you.
Unlike my president, I'm not going to reference the Pop Warner team that plays down in Landover, Maryland. Eric, very briefly, can you touch on the biometric technology that you referenced in a conversation with me a couple weeks back to better control?
So one of the things that we had in New Orleans, which I know that folks are going to get tired of us saying over and over again, but biometrics was a very important part of our accountability system for both regular time, knowing where people were showing up, and being able to track overtime spending and having it go straight into our payroll system. There's a lot of policies that have to be created around that regime to make sure that we get accurate and compliance with those kinds of initiatives. It does represent something that is in addition to what we've looked at as far as our technology plan is concerned, but it is something we want to actively explore because it just represents another way that we can provide that level of accountability and just good management practice. There's a lot of folks that say, well, what about this? What about that? There's a lot of challenges on, how do you track people showing up and being able to check in? All of those issues existed in New Orleans, and we were able to build policies around all of them. And so we're committed to looking at that as another solution. Again, bringing in state-of-the-art technology has to be the best way for us to be able to manage something, and it can have a dramatic impact on overtime because if there is a record and if there is, that biometric accountability, we're able to get to a good place that we can ensure that the resources that were being used are where they say we are getting back from management that they are.
Thanks a lot. We're very excited about that, and it is, again, very refreshing to hear that these things can be done. Jim will tell you he sat in hearing after hearing with, your three predecessors, and we've been told that this is impossible. This is more difficult than putting a man on the moon.
Biometrics?
Just having controls in place.
Biometrics is actually easy to implement. It's quite hard to sometimes manage. A finger scan to check in, a finger scan to check out. The hard part is when officers are working and there's something that happens in the last 20 minutes and they can't get back to check out, then it rolls over. It depends on how you set it up. It rolled over in the overtime. But then, there has to be a supervisor to go into the system and manually adjust it and manually give approvals into the computer system, but not the bioscan. So it's easy to bring, but it's hard to manage. It is really easy to manage in like a city hall environment where it's generally a workday environment, and most city operations shut down during business hours. Most people come at the beginning of business hours, leave at business hours, but in a 24/7 operation with multiple shifts and then crossover shifts and split shifts, that becomes a little challenging. So implementing it is one thing. The management of it becomes the really tricky part. But it can be done.
That's innovative technology that presents a solution to a serious problem we have, and I think we're all confident that you'll figure out how to manage it. We've got the utmost confidence in your ability to do that. So, colleagues, any other questions? Mr. Commissioner, your entire team, thank you very much for spending your Friday evening with us, for everything you do to keep our city safe. The committee's now in recess until Tuesday morning. We will post the time of our next committee hearing at some point before Tuesday.